Okay, so I've got Lance and Troy here, and we're going to watch this conversation that Lance had with David Enoch. This is their second discussion. Do you guys have anything to say at the outset?
No, not really. Happy to do a review here, and should be interesting.
Yeah, so I'm mostly hoping to take a back seat. Like, I feel like I want to jump on this and say a bunch of stuff, but I feel like I don't know how valuable that would be, and I could always do that on my own time. So I'm mostly hoping to. So keep me in check if I get too excited about something. The main thing I do think it would make sense for me to talk about, because I have access to my mind, and neither of you do, is the part about radical skepticism. When that comes up, I have a bit to say about that.
Sounds good. Okay, all right. Let's go then.
Lance and David,
just stop on your own as needed.
welcome to the Uncertainty Podcast.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Good to be here.
So we're here today to debate the question, are there objective moral truths? And Lance will be arguing no, David will be arguing yes. And their opening statements will go in the opposite order from that. So each speaker will have 15 minutes to construct their opening arguments, and then we'll have about an hour of moderated discussion, and then 5-minute closing statements. So, no reason to beat around the bush. David, if you'd like to begin.
Thank you. So I think a productive way of thinking about moral realism, and especially about the motivations for moral realism, is the following. But I should also say that I don't feel like it's on my shoulders to represent the camp, right? It's quite possible that some moral realists may not agree with some of what I have to say, and that's fine too. There are no rules about what a card-carrying moral realist should exactly believe. Anyway, here's how I think of things. So the starting point is not some fancy philosophical, metaphysical theory. The starting point are the phenomena. Some things that we want to be able to say truly, some things that we think we find ourselves with. And these are going to be some everyday judgments, like the thought that, you have a reason to help her. In fact, the fact that she needs help is a reason to help her. Like the thought that some actions are wrong and some are not. Like very natural things that we say that it would be natural to characterize in terms of objectivity. Like, for instance, the fact that the mere fact that you don't believe that what you're doing is wrong does not mean that it's not wrong. The mere fact that everyone doesn't believe that it's wrong does not mean that it's not wrong. Even had we thought otherwise, it would still have been wrong, at least about some things, and so on. But also things like what's going on when we deliberate. So, for instance, when we ask ourselves what to do, at least when things matter enough so that it justifies putting some effort, dedicating some time, some resources into that kind of deliberation, it seems clear that we are doing it with an eye to getting things right, or to not getting things wrong, or to not getting things too wrong, or at least to getting things roughly right, or something along these lines. So we start with these things, with the kind of normative thoughts that come very natural to us and that we would like to account for and accommodate, indeed vindicate. That is the starting point. The starting point is not exactly realism. It's not about metaphysical thesis about these things that exist all the way out there in Plato's heaven. The starting point are the phenomena. Then the question is, how can we say the
Yeah, I'm already going to break my rule because I already see a tension here, because you'll notice that he said it's not exactly realism, but then he also said what he said, that it would be natural to characterize it in terms of objectivity. So I'm not quite sure what he takes the phenomena to be. It's not very clear to me. What is the phenomena he's referring to? What exactly is the phenomena he's describing? Is it something that the realism is baked into it or not? Because you're going to have a dilemma there. If it is baked into it, then he might be contradicting himself or saying something that's not very clear, because he's saying it's not exactly realism, but then, okay, so is the realism there or is it not? And if the realism isn't there, then it's unclear why it would be a particularly natural explanation for the phenomena in question. We need to be very clear on what he takes the phenomena in question to be. Because, he said, so take some of the examples. He says, the thought that you have a reason to help somebody or that something is wrong. Well, those are just sentences that he's articulated, and those sentences could mean one of a number of different things. And how you cash out what those sentences mean, like the sentence X is wrong or it is wrong, or you have a reason to help somebody. When I cash those out, it is baked into how I cash them out that it's an anti-realist construal, or at least not a realist construal. So, if I say I have a reason to help someone, what I mean is, and like, in other words, my everyday judgment on the matter is I am inclined to help someone, or I value helping someone. Or if I say that something is wrong, I mean something like I am opposed to it, or I want it to not occur, or I find it worthy of my personal condemnation. And so when I cash out what I take my everyday judgments to be, they're already not realist in character. So, if he's talking about these sentences like X is wrong, or you have a reason to help someone, like those are sentences. Sentences don't just have a meaning. You have to unpack the content of the sentence in terms of the concept or the phenomenology that he thinks that we're having and that constitutes the shared data. And that phenomena will either have realism in it or it won't, or be better explained by positing realism in virtue of some characteristics it has, or it won't. But he's not being clear on whether the realism is baked in or not. It seems like he's saying it's not, but that realism is like a good explanation for it. Of what though? What specifically? Because if the everyday judgment is I don't like people doing that, or I want people to not do that, then that isn't well explained by realism. And so if he thinks the realism is not baked in, and he thinks instead that the content of the experiences of phenomenology of the starting point he wants to start with is best explained by realism, then he needs to be clear about what it is about that content that's best explained by realism. I don't think he does that here, and I don't think he does that at any point. I just find it very, very strange. And the last thing I'll flag about that is he talks about everyday judgments. What exactly does he mean by everyday judgments? Does he mean judgments that most people have, that he has, that everyone has, that most people with certain functioning cognitive capacities have? There's a lot of room for slipperiness when you just use a term like everyday judgment. I don't even know if he's making an empirical claim. There's just many junctures at which what he's expressing here are just woefully underdeveloped and unclear.
Yeah, the biggest ambiguity for me is when, like, what is he taking as the data, or what is the phenomena to be explained here, and is it something that entails or requires realism or not? Because if it's the fact that these moral statements are true in a stance-independent way or something like that, then okay, then it's baked in, and I think you're going to question the data. But if it's not baked in, like, what is it? Is it our belief about it, or like our judgment that those things are true, or those seeming to be true to us, or something like that? Maybe, but I think it needs to be more clear to me.
Yeah, the important thing for me, I don't know if I can say this properly, but it's going to be a kind of theme, I think, with what I have to say about Enoch's position, so I'll maybe develop on it a bit as we go, is just that if we keep ourselves in a apples to apples kind of mindset, and I can be a bit more clear about what I mean there, I don't think realism will fare better. So maybe maybe the data, as he puts it, does have some level of realism baked in. Well, I mean, then sure, realism might be the better explanation, but you might not really, you could have a picture that, for all I can tell, is on equal epistemic footing, where the realism is not baked into the data. If, on the other hand, you really bake nothing into the data at all, and you start with something really totally agnostic between the two views, like just the fact that people say certain sentences, well, then it seems like the two theories that account for the data are going to be sort of on, it's not going to be clear that there's any kind of like advantage for realism there. So like we kind of want to keep apples to apples in the sense of like what the data is that we're looking at. Like we don't want to load the data for realism and then say realism explains it better. And we want to sort of keep a similar attitude about how we're explaining it. So that's not very clear. I'll try to develop on it a bit later, but I'm just sort of cautioning against loading the data. And I am saying that if you keep everything apples to apples, it's going to be not clear how realism does any better.
Yeah, so I agree with all that, but the other thing to flag here is that we will see, because I think both of you have listened to this, other people may have listened to this before. He really gets into it with me with not really thinking empirical data on what non-philosophers think is relevant here. But he starts out by talking about the content of everyday judgments and the experiences of everyday judgments. What could that possibly be referring to other than empirical psychological claims about the thoughts and experiences of people in general? I'm assuming he's not referring only to David Enoch. I'm assuming he's not referring only to professional philosophers with PhDs that endorse moral realism. So who is he talking about? He doesn't say this here, but he just uses this phrase everyday judgment. But if we're talking about that general type of term, common sense, everyday, ordinary, these claims typically are intended to capture the way that non-philosophers, prior to engaging in philosophical theorizing, are disposed to think and speak and experience the world. And so it's a bit bizarre to start with this data that certainly looks like and even explicitly employs psychological sounding terminology to then turn around when I say, okay, but we have empirical data on how people experience the world or use these sentences or make meta-linguistic judgments about what they take themselves to mean when they make certain assertions. And in those cases, the best devised studies find very high rates of anti-realist responses among participants to then say that's irrelevant. How is that? How could that possibly be irrelevant? If we went out and we could scan everybody's brain and it turned out 99% of the public did not experience morality the way that David Enoch thinks that they do, it would strike me as incredibly bizarre for him to say that is literally irrelevant. Because at that point, what everyday judgments is he talking about, if not that 99%?
I think you'll get a bit of...
There's something very weird about it.
I think you'll get a bit of a dilemma here, too. I don't know exactly how to put this, but it's like, we don't know exactly. Is he kind of talking about what some specific group of people experience? Is he talking about his own experience? There's a whole ton of possible experiences he could be quantifying over there, philosophers, people generally, himself. But there's going to be, I think, a little bit of a dilemma probably where if he's just talking about himself, the importance of accounting for it is going to just like plummet through the floor. It's like, one person claiming to have an extremely strange experience. I mean, think of what we do when people make that claim with like Bigfoot or something else like that. It seems like the importance of accounting for it sort of diminishes with its frequency or something like that. On the other hand, if he is talking about some, widely experienced experience, well, then he's going to butt up against the kind of stuff you're talking about with empirical problems, where it's like, okay, well, if you want to talk about what most people are experiencing, well, that is going to be an empirical question. So we have this like pre-debate prior to just accepting the datum. We have to kind of like, we're disagreeing about if the datum that you're trying to start your analysis from is actually a datum in the first place. So you see the kind of dilemma that I'm getting at there. If it's just about him, the importance of accounting for it's going to be low. If it's about everyone, then he's going to hit all these. He's going to hit empirical questions unavoidably. Like, do people actually have the kind of experiences that you're starting your analysis from the assumption that they have?
Yep. Yeah. So that's exactly the kind of tension that I'm pointing to, that he's going to run across a spectrum of either increasing degrees of irrelevance or increasing degrees of dependence on the empirical data. It's one or the other. I want to flag something else too, which is that I take the empirical data seriously enough that I literally went and got a PhD in psychology. And I wrote my dissertation on whether or not non-philosophers are moral realists, and I canvassed the empirical data on the topic. I find it very strange that philosophers will go around talking about this topic, and they just don't take the empirical data even a little bit seriously. They're very, very resistant to it. I think this is quite a bad thing. And I want to flag something in particular. He alludes to his position on deliberative indispensability when he talks about how one aspect of this alleged everyday experience or judgment is that we're like trying to get answers right. Now, when it comes to moral considerations, that's not what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is align my non-moral plans, goals, and actions with my values. So if I'm trying, for instance, let's just say as a toy example, I was a utilitarian on anti-realist grounds, like I just value maximizing utility. The process of moral deliberation is really a process of figuring out, well, what course of action would in fact maximize utility, and then act accordingly. And in that case, deliberation it perfectly makes sense on an anti-realist account, and perfectly makes sense of what you're doing as a moral reasoner, which is you're trying to figure out what course of action best accords with your own values. That is exactly what I'm doing when I deliberate about morality. And so I don't take it to be an indispensable feature of moral deliberation that we're trying to figure out what, the quote unquote objective moral answers might be. And so I do think he's smuggling in or helping himself a bit to the presumptions he has about the realist content of these alleged experiences that people have or judgments that people have, and then at the same time saying but it's not about realism. I don't quite know how he's supposed to square that. There's something very strange about it. I think part of the problem in critiquing him is that it's just not very clear what he's actually saying or thinking about these things.
Yeah, and I don't want to be unfair, because I think that, and I don't think you're being unfair, but I mean, he might have even said at one point he's going to start roughly, this is an opening statement. So the problem is really if that ambiguity remains when we start kind of drilling into what he means, right? If it's a initial gloss over and we pick really hard at it, well, yeah, it's probably insufficient in various ways. That's not really a problem. The problem would be if that insufficiency kind of persists as we do start asking these clarificatory questions.
No, that's fair, and I should acknowledge he's only said like two things. For it talked for like 4 seconds. So
I'm sort of holding myself back a bit because I could say a lot about the things that you are saying about what he's saying right now, but then they're going to come up really clearly in the debate, and then I've already talked about them. I will say one little thing about deliberation, though, which is there is a anti-realist way to think about sort of trying to converge on the right values. It's not as if our values are just set in stone. Not that you're implying this, Lance, but it's not. Someone might take this incorrectly from what you just said, though. It's not as if our values are set in stone and all that we're left to do as anti-realists is find out what different states of affairs would bring about our values. Like sometimes we notice that we seem to value one thing and then something else that's in tension with it. And as we reflect on cases, our values shift, right? My values have changed over time. I think most anti-realists, I don't know anyone who's just had the same values entirely their entire life. So it's not as if values don't shift around also. Our assessment of what will bring them about shifts around, obviously, there's a bunch of empirical stuff there, but also our values can shift around. It's just that what it means to get the right values isn't something about stance independently correct values. It's more like, I don't know, you can think about it in different ways. One way might be the sort of values you would converge on given more time or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to say the same sort of worries about the alleged sort of realist content to our deliberative practices will arise, right? If he wants to say that as part of the data that we deliberate in a way that in some way sort of assumes or requires realism, well, that's an empirical claim about how we reason and deliberate and so on. So it seems like we're going to have the same conversation there. But I don't think, if I recall correctly, I don't think there's much more discussion about the deliberative argument. So maybe that doesn't come up again. Maybe I'm forgetting because I watched it once.
Yeah, no, I don't think it comes up again.
Is how can we save the phenomenon? How can we give an account of what is going on in the world, of what exists and how we know it and how we talk about it and everything else that comes along with metaethics in a way that, to the extent possible, vindicates these initial starting points. And where realists end up at that point is with their realism. So we start with things like normative judgments, things that are naturally characterized as objectivity and so on. And then we ask, well, what does the world have to be for these things to be true?
So right there, start with things that are naturally characterized as objectivity. So it sounds like he's talking about what you're starting with, and it sounds like part of that notion. Well, I don't know. I don't want to be unfair. It's just when he says the part about naturally characterized as objectivity, are we to think of that as part of the datum, or is that you starting to give your analysis of it? And I'm just going to do the kind of apples to apples thing. So I think this point will become clear because I'll kind of make it over and over again. But like, if it's baked into the datum, then Lance is just going to give a kind of contrary picture where the datum doesn't bake that in, and anti-realism explains it just as well. And if not, if you really are starting with something that's theory neutral, like we just make these statements, well, then that sentence you just said about, I forget how he said it, best explained, best considered objectively or whatever, well, that's actually going to be on you to show. So we just don't want any kind of sliding around between where that bit about objectivity is fitting in. Is that part of the analysis, or is that part of the data that we're starting with? Because that'll change what the fight is that we're going to have.
Or for something in their vicinity to be true. Or if some of them are...
And when he says that when he speaks about the data as the judgment, what is is the judgment the fact that we believe it or judge it so, or is the judgment that it is so, or something else like that? 'Cause I'm still trying to figure out whether the data there assumes realism, or it's just maybe a fact about our judgment that realism is true, or that moral sentences are true in a realist way, or something like that.
Yeah,
it's still not very clear to me. But
Troy, when you say judge it so, what is the it there?
The claim, the statement.
And the statement being still kind of ambiguous between realism and anti-realism, just like that. What do you say? It's
No. The statement would be, as he's claiming it, given a realist understanding. It has a objectivist commitments or whatever.
But sorry, I might not be following this. What is the statement though?
So there are going to be moral sentences that are, if true in a realist way. And if he's saying that, obviously that's, we can question whether that's the case, but he's saying, I think that part of the data is the judgment that those are true. And I'm just
right.
I'm just wondering.
Sorry, that those are it or moral sentences. Those all refer to moral sentences. Yeah.
Yes.
And
then part
right
of
now,
what I'm wondering is, are we trying to explain our belief or attitude that those are true in a realist way? Because then there's two issues there. One is, are those actually our beliefs, and so on, or are we trying to explain just the fact that those are true in a realist way?
And I'm trying to also just kind of raise a further thing, which is just the moral sentence or statement. How clearly have we dialed those in right now? Are those the moral sentences best understood as objective? Are those the moral sentences that make reference to some kind of objective thing or something like that? Or again, is it just totally theory neutral? It's just like that we utter certain English sentences.
No, I'm taking it as implying that the relevant kind of moral thought and talk is realist in its commitment.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to get at. I'm just making the same point about, is that part of the analysis, or is it part of how are we starting from that as data? That like the sentence, let's say it's like, it's good to help an old lady across the road. I mean, I'm just making the same point. Is it kind of baked into how we understand that there's some level of objectivity, or are we starting from a really theory neutral sentence, and then he's just saying the stuff you were commenting on, like that we take those to be true or something like that?
Well, I'm thinking he is sort of taking it to be the case that he's taking it as data that we think of those as true in a realist way, in a way that it's like it would have been true regardless what people think about it or anything like that, right? Independent of stances or attitudes, right?
Yeah,
so
I mean,
I think he is assuming that the semantics is realist, at least broadly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to tell, because I'll back up a second, because I want to see the thing you reacted to.
Naturally characterizes objectivity and so on. And then we ask, well, what does the world have to be for these things to be true? Or for something?
So yeah, it's just, yeah, I mean, I'm just going to get hung up on the same thing. For these things to be true, I want to know what these things really are. Are we starting from just a super minimal notion that it's just a sentence that has this kind of structure where we say these kind of words? Or are we starting with a certain understanding of what the meaning is that already biases us in a realist direction? So it's just, it's always kind of going to be this point with me where it's like, are we baking the realism into the data, or is that part of the analysis? And you just don't, not you, but you don't want him to be unclear about where that's entering the picture, because that changes how you're going to push back. Like if it's not part of the data, we're going to fight about if it's the right analysis. If it is part of the data, then we're going to kind of fight about why we would start with that data. Why is there yeah.
What I'm even suggesting is that there's another thing that he might be taking as the data there, which is not necessarily just the truth of the sentence. And we might question how the sentence is being interpreted, like what's built into that. Mm-hmm. But like our judgment that the sentence is true, right? Are we just trying to explain our intuition or our belief that these things are true, perhaps in some realist way? Because I don't know. If it's that, then okay, but then we're going to have the conversation about whether we actually do generally have that sort of attitude and so on, and then go from there. But on the other hand, if the data is just the truth of the statement, then either he's building into the statement, like what it means for it to be true, some realist semantics or not, and then I guess we could still go from there. But anyway.
In their vicinity to be true, or if some of them are false, for us to have some plausible explanation of how it is that it's false and that we nonetheless speak in these ways and hold them dear to our hearts. When I do that, when I think what does the world have to be like for all of that to be the case, I end up with the position that's sometimes called robust realism or non-naturalist realism. According to that position, and now we are already doing fancy metaphysics. Right? It was not the intuitive starting point, but it is the view that we're trying to, that we end up defending. So according to robust realism, there are these objective truths. They're perfectly objective. They do not depend.
I have trouble reconciling things like not the intuitive starting point with naturally characterized as objective. That kind of thing confuses me. It's not the intuitive starting point to think of it as realist. It's naturally characterized as objective.
Will you play that again?
Yeah, just think about, I'm talking about one of the earlier statements he made where he said naturally characterized as objective, and then he's giving this one here that just to me sounds in tension with that.
We're trying to, that we end up defending. So according to robust realism, there are these objective truths. They're perfectly objective. They do not depend constitutively on us in any way. They are the kinds of truths that when we are successful in our normative inquiry.
I might have not backed up far enough for what you wanted there, Troy.
Yeah, you did.
To be the case, I end up with the position that's sometimes called robust realism or non-naturalist realism. According to that position, and now we are already doing fancy metaphysics, right? It was not the intuitive starting point, but it is.
So now we're doing the fancy metaphysics. It wasn't the intuitive starting point. And what's he talking about?
I took him to, I took him to be suggesting that these claims that he will defend about there being these robust normative facts isn't built into the initial starting points or something like that.
Well, so one thing you might be thinking is something like this. It's part of my initial starting point that certain things like torturing babies for fun seem wrong, and it seems like they would be wrong even if everybody, myself included, thought that they were permissible.
Yes, and that would be
so
in
he might
tension
think
with it not
that's
being intuitive.
part of the starting point. But then that doesn't involve any fancy metaphysics. It's saying, okay, well, the explanation for why I am inclined to think that torturing babies for fun is wrong, and in addition, that it would be wrong even if everybody thought otherwise, including myself, that second part of that is best explained by or naturally fits with realism. The problem is that just is realism. So how is that like intent? How is it not part of the content if that just is basically a definition of realism?
Sorry, but maybe he's speaking a bit imprecisely, but what I took him to be suggesting is something like the non-intuitive stuff is his like non-naturalism, whatever, and that's not built into the data because you could have a different view apart from non-naturalism, but think that it's realist in some way. So maybe he wasn't super precise, but I think that's what he was suggesting.
Right.
But
yeah, and what I'm kind of like pointing back to that statement he said earlier on, which if you interpret it as being part of the data, like Lance was just saying, seems like it's in tension with that, where he says naturally characterized as objective. And he was explicit there that he's not talking about doing fancy metaphysics. We're just setting up our starting data. So Yeah, I mean, again, it's just, is that part about objectivity, part of the analysis, or is that part of the data? If it's part of the data, then it sounds in conflict with what he just said.
Yeah, what I
But
worry
my thinking is that it
about,
wouldn't be because even if it is part of if it is part of the data, then it's still a further question whether the right theory of that is going to be some sort of non-naturalist realism. So like that's not intention to say that that's not part of the initial starting points, that some sort of non-naturalist realism is true.
Are you waiting
well,
to say
so
You see what I'm saying?
yeah. So there is, and Troy, this is what you were referencing earlier. There's a difference between whether what he considers the data to be our judgments or the truths that those judgments are about. So there would be a difference between saying part of the data is that it seems to us, or we judge it to be the case that things are stance independently wrong, and the data being things are stance independently wrong. Those are two different things
Right.
for to be the starting data. Now, what I'm getting at is that if you go all the way back to the beginning, I think he might be doing something like this. We start with our natural judgments. And my natural judgment is, yeah, torturing people, that's wrong. And it would be wrong even if people thought otherwise. And that, so far, that's not fancy metaphysics.
Right.
And it would be wrong even if everybody thought otherwise, because that itself is not a statement of moral realism. But then, okay, well, how do we explain, what's the best explanation for why we, whoever, in our everyday judgments, whoever that is, are disposed to think things are wrong and that they would be wrong even if everybody thought otherwise? The natural explanation for that is realism. And so I think he might be doing something like that. The problem is, then if it's not theory neutral to say our judgments are that things are wrong and that they're wrong in a way that it would be wrong even if everybody thought otherwise. You could say that's not fancy metaphysics. That is fancy metaphysics. I mean, you're already saying it's part of everyday moral judgment that people have a rather complicated counterfactual dealing with like modal considerations, and that's just a feature of everyday thought. Has Enoch spoken to people, because they have all kinds of problems with counterfactuals and modal thinking? I don't even think a typical person would be able to easily understand what that would mean. And it might seem obvious to him. Oh no, people can handle that. No, they can't. Like you run into people and you give them a thought experiment and you say, well, what if a train was headed down the tracks and it was going to hit 5 people? And they're like, but there's lots of safety precautions these days and trains are automated and they could detect people. And you're like, no, just imagine it's a train that doesn't have that. And they're like, well, that wouldn't happen. And why would I be the only person standing there next to the switch? It's a hypothetical. Like, people struggle to even understand what you're doing when you present them hypotheticals. So this idea that it would just be baked into people's thinking that they have these modal and counterfactual considerations. One, if they do, you're already doing metaphysics. So there is fancy metaphysics. 2, the metaphysics is functionally equivalent. It's like basically the same thing as them being a realist. So how can you say the realism is baked in? 3, it's an open empirical question whether that actually is part of everyday thinking. And he hasn't shown that it is. He just assumes that it is. I mean, notice what he appeals to show that it's the case, that people think this way. Nothing. He doesn't present any evidence or arguments that people think this way. He just presumes it's the case.
Yeah. So you can go if you want, Isaac, but I wanted to say 2 quick things. Mm-hmm. One is that, okay, let's suppose the data is facts about our judgments or something like that, and I'll consider the case where the data is like the truth or the fact that. In that case, well, yeah, I don't know that he's doing already fancy metaphysics per se, but he is assuming that the semantics is such that people are committing to a view that has these metaphysical consequences, at least something like realism. That's the way the normal moral, and maybe more broadly normative thought and talk functions. Yeah, but then it's not that he's assuming that those fancy metaphysical conclusions, because he might say that, but the best explanation of those commitments and that moral thought and talk is that it's all false or something else or some other analysis. So in that way, it wouldn't be assuming, or the fancy metaphysics wouldn't be built into the starting points in this respective way. On the other hand, if the initial data is something about the truth of insert moral sentence here or whatever, what I thought he might be suggesting is that even if that data assumes realism in some respect, it might not assume the sort of realism for which he's arguing, some sort of robust non-naturalist, whatever. And I'm saying that there might be a gap there. That sort of fancy metaphysics even if some sort of realism isn't built into the starting points. Anyway.
Oh, sorry. I grant that. Just to be clear, when I say that there's fancy metaphysics built in, I don't mean that he's saying that part of the data is that there are certain fancy metaphysical facts. It would be that part of the data is that people are committed to or judged there to be things or think about things in a way that would commit them to their being fancy metaphysical facts, even if there weren't, even if like error theory was true. And that's a rather tall claim that would still need to be justified. And I don't think he's provided justification for it. But yeah, no, I recognize the distinction there.
And
but that would be a claim about the semantics and not to say, I don't think it's intention with him saying that the fancy metaphysics isn't built into the starting points in the way that he's considering.
do you guys appreciate the potential tension that I'm talking about? I'm not saying that I think he's necessarily contradicting himself. I'm saying there's something that it's unclear to me how he resolves.
Well, I think
Maybe restate it again.
I don't think it's actually intention, but maybe it's only because he's. I do think the way he spoke is unclear or a bit, a bit imprecise. But because I think probably what I think, and I'm not certain of this, is that he was suggesting something like when he's talking about fancy metaphysics, he's talking about something like robust non-naturalist realism, and he doesn't build that into the starting points, because you could have the starting points that are not, and think that the right analysis is not, robust non-naturalist realism.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe I'm missing something, but I'm just kind of I don't want to like belabor it too much, but I kind of want to clear it up. So I guess you guys can tell me if you get bored at this point.
No, it's fine.
Let's just get the two things that he said sort of on the table. And again, I don't think it's necessarily going to be contradictory. I think that you can kind of like pick your position here to make this work out. It's that for me, it's not obvious which way he does that. And that's what I mean by tension. I don't mean by tension that he's committed to a contradiction. So the first thing was a while back, he said, naturally characterized as objective when talking about moral statements, right? Is that, we remember that the same way? Okay, so that's the one half. And then somewhere around here, he says something that sounds...
Realism or non-naturalist realism. According to that position, and now we are already doing fancy metaphysics, right? It was not the intuitive starting point, but it is the view that we're trying to, that we end up defending. So according to robust realism, there are these...
Yeah, it's something about this here.
He says robust non-naturalist realism. And I'm taking him as suggesting that it's that's not built into those starting points, even if them being objective or something like that was built in.
Okay, and maybe I'm not paying attention to the important detail in what you're saying there, because to me, I guess I'm just kind of a bit hung up on this. Let's just hear this again.
In the case, I end up with the position that's sometimes called robust realism or non-naturalist realism. According to that position, and now we are already doing fancy metaphysics, right? It was not the intuitive starting point, but it is.
So it wasn't the intuitive starting point that we're talking about some kind of realism. I find
non-naturalist realism.
Okay, sorry. Why is that? I want to make sure you see the thing that I think is the tension before you try to resolve it, because I'm not totally understanding how that resolves it. How do you think I'm perceiving the tension here?
Well, something like he was earlier saying that realism was part of the data in some way, part of the starting points, and now he's saying something like, well, the realism wasn't part of the starting points, or something like that.
Roughly, yeah. It was not naturally characterized as objective. Let me just hear. It's the second one trips me up a bit.
We are already doing fancy metaphysics or non-naturalist realism. According to that position, and now we are already doing fancy metaphysics, right? It was not the intuitive starting point, but it is.
Yeah, So I think what you just said is right. It sounds like I can't tell what is supposed to be part of the intuitive starting point or not. The thing that seems kind of in tension is saying the realist stuff is naturally how it's characterized, yet is not. None of that was intuitive. It's part of something we reach later when we do fancy metaphysics.
Yeah. So leave aside for a second whether the starting points were concerning our judgment or the fact that yeah. That's what I think he's saying is that realist commitments in some way are part of the starting points, but them being this sort of non-naturalist, robust realism wasn't part of the starting points. That addition is a sort of fancy metaphysics that to which he alluded.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
No, I'm. I might just be totally missing the point. I'm not following what you're saying, though.
Well, so suppose it's part of the starting points that the commitments, or at least the semantics, is realist, right?
Realist
well,
as
it's
as
a further
in,
question.
Realist as in they are like stance independently true.
Right.
Yeah.
But then it's a further question whether there's different realist accounts, and one of them is going to be this sort of non-naturalist realism, and he thinks that it's a non-naturalist realism is not built into.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I let me repeat what you're saying, and you tell me if I'm understanding you. So you're saying it could be that he's starting out by saying, well, this seems best. Part of the data is that this is understood as objective in some sense. It's not clear about what realism yet. And then later, the fancy metaphysics is like dialing in which kind of realism.
Right.
Yeah. I think so. But again, I don't think his
because then he's
explanation is super precise, but I think that's what he suggests.
No, so I understand. Yeah, that would be a way to not have any kind of contradiction. So because then you're not saying the same thing that wasn't that was. You're basically not saying the same thing is intuitive and not intuitive. You're saying there's something that's intuitive at the start, but then some further dialing in is not intuitive, and we get there through work.
Yeah, let me give you some examples. So he could say something like it's, and I'm not saying he is saying this, but he could say, and this would make sense of that and resolve the tension. It's part of ordinary thought or everyday thought that people exhibit a commitment to realism, or that realism is true, or whatever it might be. But then that itself doesn't entail any specific fancy metaphysics. Why? Well, there's at least a couple alternatives to the type of robust non-naturalist realism he favors. There would be naturalist realist accounts, and then there could be some sort of minimalist realist accounts where they think that moral facts are a certain kind of conceptual truth, but that there are no truth makers, and that there's no underlying grounding or metaphysics that you really need to worry about. And so those would be alternative analyses of the seemings or the content of the data that are realist in character, but are not Enoch's specific type of realism. And so he's saying he wants to propose his robust account of realism to explain the realist seeming features of ordinary thought.
Yeah, I mean that. Sorry, go ahead, Troy.
Well, I was just gonna add really quickly, and I do think this helps to. It's sort of important to flag, or I would want to flag, like how much of a gap does he think there is between the everyday moral normative commitments, like what sort of realist consequences those have, or at least commit us to, and what are the realist commitments that he wants to argue for? Like what more is he added in there? And obviously, we're going to want to step back and question the first part, whether those actually are the normative commitments and so on. But
right, and if nothing has in fact been added in when we start doing the kind of pressing for what exactly is being said there, then there is going to be some kind of contradiction. Yeah. So and I mean, this is the thing. So because I don't want to be unfair. I don't think I at any point said he is contradicting himself here. But I said there's like a tension here that I would want to have resolved. And I mean, this is basically it. Like, you don't want to say that the same thing that is not that is intuitive to us is in fact not intuitive and is something we reach later through analysis, because then it's not clear if that thing is being imported just as part of the data or if we're getting there through analysis, and that affects how we push back. That is my whole like global kind of point with this. But yes, I totally agree that a way for him to kind of like pick a stance there is to go, the initial thing that is that seems clear to us at the outset is that some kind of realism is on the table, and the fancy metaphysics later are used to get to a specific variant of realism. So I think we agree. I think you guys see the thing that I want cleared up, and I think I understand you clearing it up. Are we satisfied with that point?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's basically correct.
Okay.
The view that we're trying to that we end up defending. So according to robust realism,
and I just want to say also, I mean, these things can seem pedantic and can seem nitpicky. Like I can picture right now the irritated viewer watching something like this. Like they're just, But to me, it's like it's so important to clear up because the whole thing is it's gonna depend on which kind of ways he's approaching this, and we have to eliminate that ambiguity to know how to respond to what he's saying correctly.
Are these objective truths? They're perfectly objective. They do not depend constitutively on us in any way. They are the kinds of truths that when we are successful in our normative inquiries, we discover rather than create or construct. They are not conventional in any ways, nor do they depend on conventions. They are some of them, not all of them, some of them are fully necessary. They are eternal. And furthermore, they are in no way, they're not sufficiently close to the kind of facts that we all know and love from the sciences to be usefully called natural. They do not exist in time and space. They do not, so they are abstract. They don't have causal powers. They are rather different from these other ones. Again,
I just pause for 1 second. I sort of get a little bit lost in what he's supposed to be describing here. Because at one point he starts talking about the truths, but then he starts talking about them as being not in time and space. He's talking about the truth, like as a proposition, not in time and space. Like I'm not sure I really understand it.
Maybe there'd be a difference between a fact and a truth.
Yeah, but is the fact sort of like a state of affairs in some sense, like something going on? I don't know. But then why call it a sort of truth?
I mean, presumably there would be something like mathematical truths, like 2 + 2 = 4 or something.
Yeah, I mean, when I try to just sometimes I want to just try to get rid of all the philosophy and just hear it in the simplest way possible, like Ugh Grug caveman kind of thing. And I'm like, okay, is he kind of just saying it's like math? Like, it was always the case that 2 + 2 = 4. We could talk about how exactly to make sense of that. But is he saying the same kind of things that people are trying to say about mathematical truths?
Well, if he is, then I don't know. Then he can just say that these are true propositions that exist in some Platonic sense. But I don't think that's what he wants to say. There's some sort of further. It's not just some pure abstract realm of propositions or something like that. I don't think.
It kind of sounded to me like that. Maybe you noticed something that I didn't that disqualifies that. But it kind of sounded like he's saying like they're not spatiotemporal. They're like eternal and they're abstract. Like it all hit me kind of like the way that you hear Platonists talk about math or something like that. That wasn't how it landed for you?
Well, in certain ways it does. But I don't know. I generally get the impression that they don't want to say, no, all that realism is committed to, that this robust realism is committed to, is that among all the propositions that exist in some abstract sense, there are these moral ones, and some of them are true. If that's all he's saying, that seems like a different view than what I think. That might be
what he's saying, but I don't want to be unfair to him. But that's how it struck me, at least, something roughly like that.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that, but I don't get the impression generally that that's the sort of thing they want to say. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't want to make a statement about realists generally, and I could be wrong about him specifically here. But I don't know. We all sound like we don't know what the fuck's going on, so let's just play it.
Again, these are not necessarily results we are fully happy with. These are results we find ourselves with because of the need to accommodate the phenomenon. Notice that this way of understanding realism is at least in the first instance, not about morality at all. It's about normativity, which is a wider phenomenon. Morality is a subset of normativity. There are normative truths, normative properties, normative facts that are not, at least not, easily classifiable as moral. So the fact, for instance, that it would be wrong to form beliefs in wishful thinking, or
I mean, Lance is going to get at all this, but I actually like when people go in this general kind of direction. Like, the important thing is the normative, non-normative separation, not the like moral versus other kinds of normative. Those are probably basically similar, like epistemic norms, moral norms. It's similar in the important ways for questions like realism. You'll say all that in a bit, though.
Yeah, well, I do want to flag that one thing that I didn't talk about is, if he's going to be a realist about normativity, there's still going to be an open question about which normativity, all of it. So is he a normative realist about like food? Is he a normative realist about music? Like, am I listening to the incorrect music if I listen to metal instead of classical music? I don't know what his position on those other sorts of things is. But in extremis, there's going to be some pretty silly types of aesthetic realism where someone starts saying, like my favorite color is purple, obviously. It would be quite strange for someone to say I'm factually incorrect and that I ought to use blue instead of purple because it's the objectively correct color.
Yeah, you want to
that's going to be real weird.
You want to like reverse and repurpose the companions in guilt, make it between like moral and like gastronomic or aesthetic facts or something like that, and then get them to deal with it.
Yeah, that's exactly the idea. And you could always flip the name. Instead of companions in guilt, you have companions in innocence. And that style of argument, I think, can serve as a kind of reductio. Now, it's already been done. So Don Loeb has a paper on gastronomic realism where he explicitly says he's not necessarily presenting it as a reductio, but you could leverage it in that direction. And moral realists do sometimes make themselves look a bit silly when they start saying, yeah, fine, then I'll accept gastronomic realism or some other type of realism. And there are certain deliberative contexts where it starts to get pretty silly. The example I like is, you go to buy a car. I want to pay the lowest price. The person selling the car wants the highest price that I guess that they could legally get away with, assuming we're doing this above board. And so should we suppose that dispute presupposes the existence of a stance-independent fact about the correct price of the car? Are we committed to car price realism? That would be a pretty bizarre thing to think. And I don't think it would do a good job of making sense of the way that people deliberate or go about resolving that. At the same time, it also would seem pretty strange to think that that's not a normative question. What price should I pay for the car? So there are circumstances where realism is such a clearly a poor fit, at least I think, that, or should we be normative anti-realist about at least some things? I'm not clear on what his view on that is.
Right, yeah. And I mean, to me, it does basically seem like a kind of reductio. Like if you end up being a gastronomic realist, that seems kind of wild to me. And yeah, if you don't, then, well, you got to kind of break the symmetry somehow. Troy, you look like generally unimpressed with the reverse companions and guilt thing. Am I misreading you?
No, I'm fine with that.
Unjustified, perhaps wrong is not the right word there. That is clearly a normative fact, but it is not a moral fact. It's an epistemic normative fact. And there are normative facts that come from prudence, the consideration of the rational consideration of self-interest across time, and there may be others as well. In fact, I don't care as deeply about moral realism as I care about normative realism, though I do think that once you are a normative realist, any position other than moral realism becomes at the very least not well motivated.
I think we all probably actually kind of agree with this, right? Like, I mean, I think I more or less agree with that.
Yeah, I think that was fine.
Lance, you're quiet. Yeah, I sometimes
I'm
like
fine
to
with that.
point out points of agreement, so it doesn't seem we're just harping on him infinitely.
No, that's fair.
But I am one of those normative realists who think that the distinction between the natural and the normative, okay, that's a big deal. That's something I deeply care about. The distinction within the normative, between the moral and the rest of the normative, is actually something I don't care as much about. I think it's...
Well, so I will say, I do find that question interesting, and there is empirical work on what you could say is like delineating the moral domain. So this is work Stephen Stitch, Edward Mashery, Ron Mallon, and a few other philosophers that work in experimental philosophy and cognitive science are interested in the question of, well, how do we distinguish moral norms from other sorts of norms? I find that question to be interesting and a curiosity, but I don't consider it to have the kind of deep philosophical relevance that would motivate the battleground to be moral realists versus moral anti-realists. I see the battleground similarly to David here, which is that what I'm really interested in is this question of normativity versus some non-normative position. Although it's not exactly how I'd phrase it, and he might agree with this framing too. I see the big dispute between people that believe in irreducible normativity, so normative facts or truths or considerations that can't be reduced to, described, or understood in purely descriptive terms versus those who reject that there are such things. I think that's a central dispute. If he doesn't agree with that, I think he might at least agree that that is a better dividing line than realism versus anti-realism, because I think Enoch and I would both agree that naturalist accounts of realism, neither of us are going to go in for those. And so really, I think we should see the whole thing as more of like a rock, paper, scissors, that there's these three competing camps. The two types of realist camps, I think, are as different from one another as each one is from anti-realism. And so really it's more like rock, paper, scissors. That's how I would prefer to construe it.
I really like that, yeah. And I sort of think that the naturalist realism, it's more similar to the non-naturalist in one way and to the anti-realist in another. So
right.
In how they speak and how they kind of like prima facie present themselves, they're way closer to moral realists. They seem to want to talk in the same kind of ways. But when you really look at what a lot of those naturalist views seem to be saying, the actual content of the view seems a lot closer to anti-realism.
It's philosophically more superficial. All right. So that's the sort of the first two stages. You start with the phenomenon and you see what has to be the case in order to accommodate the phenomenon. But all of this has a kind of a pro tanto thing written all over it, right? So the question is not just...
Wait. But this seems to be worrying to me about the previous thing we discussed, right? Because if he says, look, we start with the phenomena and then we see what has to be the case to account for the phenomena. Wait, but has to be the case? That seems to suggest that it's like a direct sort of in some sort of direct consequence of the phenomena that this theorizing is correct. But I don't know. I thought there was supposed to be some more of a gap there between what the phenomena were and the sort of fancy metaphysical theorizing that he's later doing. Do you see the worry there?
I'm not totally sure. I just might just be me being the less philosophically astute person here. But I mean, could it be that the gap actually semantically is like non-existent? It's just kind of entailed via how we use the language and stuff, but maybe it's not obvious, and the work is kind of in making it obvious psychologically. Like with math, you believe some basic math, there's some like highly complex math that is a consequence of the basic stuff you believe, and it's all actually trivial and analytic how it follows from the basic math you believe, but it's totally like non-apparent. So the sense in which there's a gap is like psychological rather than semantic or logical or something like that.
Yeah, that's one interpretation, but I don't know. I would have thought that he wants to allow that the starting points, as he construed them, are perfectly compatible with different realist accounts. And it's not just that. Well, it does entail this robust non-naturalism, even if in some not immediately transparent way. But anyway, the worry that I'm getting at is if he is saying that the conclusions that he drew there are sort of like required to account for that data, well, then it sort of was built in, even if perhaps in some sort of not transparent way. I don't know if that made it any more clear, but
we should try to understand what exactly you're saying. It sounds like the concern is that we were understanding it not to be baked in, but if it's like semantic, if it's entailed, then it actually is in some sense baked in. Is that kind of the concern?
Yeah, and even if it's not like transparent to us, that is baked in that way, right? Because as you point out, it might be that it's a complex consequence of it.
Yes.
But I thought it was suggesting that it's not a consequence directly, like at all in that way.
Right. Yeah.
And you could, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's just another tension where it's like it's not necessarily the case that, and not that you're saying this, obviously, that he's contradicting himself by saying that, but it's just, it raises this kind of worry about what exactly is baked into the data or not. And I mean, I just think that's the reoccurring theme here. We need to become clear about that.
That's why I want to, like when I said I want to sort of get clear on what the gap is between what he thinks is part of the data to be explained and what he thinks that best explanation is. And because if we had that, then assuming we could get past the first step of granting that is the data, I'd want to see the work to show, to bridge the gap, so to speak, to argue that this is the best explanation of that data.
Yeah.
And when it's less clear to me what the gap is, like what more he thinks he's showing by analysis, I sort of don't understand, or don't sort of hard to see where he's going, or what work he's alleged to be doing here.
Yeah. I mean, I totally agree with that.
Right.
Lance, your camera has died.
He said he's going to turn the camera off
see,
since
see the chat.
Wait, he's doing what? Because you're not. I don't see you on recording.
I just turned the camera off. I just don't feel the need to be on the camera.
Oh, okay, all right. We'll just look at Troy.
What would the world have to be like to accommodate all of that? But also, can you make good on all of that? So we also have to discuss objections, right? So then the next stage would be to discuss all of the reasons that people have, I'm sure we'll hear about some of them, to think that this picture is deeply flawed. And there are different ways of thinking that it's deeply flawed. You may think that one of the claims I just made is just false, right? So you may think that actually, while there are normative facts, they do depend constitutively on us and our responses or stances or views or attitudes or something along these lines. Or you may think that they depend on social conventions. Or you may think that there are no such facts at all. So that if somebody draws a list of all of the facts that exist in the universe, nothing like the fact that you ought not to humiliate people will appear there. Although then you still owe us some account of what's going on when we seem to be at least referring to such facts. And of course, some meta-ethicists have such stories. So you may need to.
And I just, again, I can't flag this every time. It'll be too much work. But seem to be, is that part of the datum? Because it's gonna raise the same problem.
Right? Did he not just say that there seems to be facts of a realist kind?
You guys.
Well, it seems to be that. I think he's saying it is. At the very least, it seems to be that we're referring to these like realist facts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
so
what it sounded like.
He's saying that's part of the data. He's saying that's part of the data.
Yeah, right. Because he's saying you have to give. It sounded to me like he was saying that's part of the data, and you'd have to give some kind of account for why it seems that way, but in fact isn't that way. But that feels to me like loading the deck for realism from the start by giving kind of realist biased interpretation of the data.
Oh, yeah. Regardless of whether, because before we said there are some ambiguities in what he's counting as data. In particular, I was unsure whether the data was something about our judgments or what seems to us to be the case,
right,
or the content of the judgments or the content of what seems to be the case. But either way, I'm pretty sure he's building it in that the moral sentences have built-in realist commitments. I think,
or at least are naturally. He uses words like "seem that way" or "are naturally interpreted that way." So maybe what he's not baking in is that that's the right interpretation, but what he is baking in is that is how it naturally seems.
Right. Yeah. I think that's the case, and this is where I am not like a lot of other anti-realists that are working in like the sort of contemporary philosophical space, in that it doesn't seem that way to me, and there is a question about what's even meant by seeming. I'm actually skeptical that when they talk about seemings that they're even referring to any genuine type of psychological phenomena that people generally have. But let's just set that aside and grant, for the sake of argument, there's some sense in which things seem a certain way. Because certainly I can understand it in a perceptual sense. I could say it seems to me there's a tree outside my window. And I could use it in some type of intellectual sense, or I could say it seems to me like 2 + 2 = 4. There's some sense in which that language isn't anathema to my way of thinking, but how I would cash that out might differ quite a bit from how David Enoch would. But so setting that issue aside, which I think is another issue to potentially flag for some future discussion, it doesn't seem that way to me, and I don't think it generally seems that way to people. I think that the sense that it seems that realism is true is, and this is something that comes up later in the discussion, I think it's probably localized to moral philosophers, or sorry, I should say philosophers, and then people in the sort of orbit of philosophy, people that like pick up a Mike Humer book and read it, or people that discuss these things on Discord. I think it might seem that way to those people, but how much of the world's population do those people comprise? 1 or 2%? I don't think it's that much. But I take this to be an empirical question. So I'm not taking my sense on the matter to be particularly dispositive. But, at least I've actually studied the question and looked at all the data and went through all the papers and conducted, several dozen studies of my own on how people think about this. I don't think Enoch has conducted any studies, and I don't think most analytic philosophers do typically conduct studies. And one thing to note is it's a little funny because they frequently have double standards or want to have their cake and eat it too, because if you ask them why they think these things, they'll say on the one hand that they don't take these to be empirical questions, and on the other, not that Enoch is doing this here, is that they'll frequently point to anecdotal experiences. Well, this is what my colleagues say. This is what the students in my class say. This is what happens when I'm having a conversation at the dinner table. So somehow empirical anecdotes are relevant, but empirical research isn't relevant. Now again, I'm not claiming that Enoch does that, but this has been a routine experience I have when discussing these matters with realists, where they'll appeal to empirical data when it helps them, but be extremely dismissive or contemptuous when it doesn't.
Yeah, I also, I don't want to throw this on Enoch, but just a more general statement. There's just this kind of reverse fringe that philosophers do. It's like a mirror image of people like Lawrence Krauss, who are like kind of STEM lordy and overstep into saying silly things about a field they don't really know about. He'll like say philosophy is worthless or something roughly like that, and it's like, you don't know anything about philosophy. You don't know how it connects to various things that you might say or believe, or the importance of it when it comes to deciding between scientific theories, or there's a whole ton of ways that philosophy is going to be relevant. There's just, once you understand them, it's going to make a statement like that seem terribly silly. Philosophers do like a reverse sometimes, where they try to like N of one anecdote do statistics or something, and it's just like, what are we doing? Like there's like whole methodologies for doing empirical research and processing that data and all that stuff, and you kind of, again, not saying Enoch is doing this here, but you're like overstepping into that kind of domain in a really like ham-fisted kind of way. That's parallel to what someone like Krauss does.
Discuss alternative theories and see how well they do. That can be a somewhat tiresome task, but it's philosophically important, obviously. And also you need to discuss some of the shortcomings of your own view. So you need to answer such questions as, well, if you're right that these facts exist, and that they don't depend on us, and that they're causally inert and so on, then how is it possible that we know anything about them? How can we refer to them? What makes it the case that the word right here, when you and I talk and say that something is right or something's wrong, how can it be that these words refer to rightness or wrongness, these abstract properties all the way out there in Plato's heaven, rather than to some other things on that Platonic shelf?
Yeah, another thing, again, more general, not necessarily about Enoch, but something that I can get a bit triggered by. He says it's important to consider the problems with your own views. And I always get kind of frustrated with how realists do this. I'm talking about non-naturalist realists here, unless otherwise specified, I think. They do this, but it's like this narrow band of concerns that are all occurring kind of within this paradigm that they've already bought into, and that's what they'll think about. Criticisms around like meta philosophy, for instance, some of the fundamentals on how they're reasoning philosophically, they seem kind of, I'm less interested in those to a degree that bothers me. So I get sometimes frustrated with this signaling about the importance of thinking about criticisms of your view, but then only being willing to consider this narrow band and not deal with some potentially brutal criticisms that are outside of that band.
Or maybe to nothing at all. And there are other objections too. What can we make of the relation between some moral facts and motivation? Or what can we have to say about moral disagreement, or about some special features of moral disagreement? So the project of defending moral realism is going to have to address all of these things. Okay? We start with the phenomenon. We ask what has to be the case for the phenomenon to be saved, and then we see whether we can make good on it by both addressing objections to the view and checking whether there are alternative views that can still save the phenomenon. So let me just promise and you're going to have to take my word for it, at least right now, for the opening statement, then actually the prices ended up being not that terrible at all. So many of the objections end up, upon reflection, being just confused, or perhaps not fully confused, but strongly overstated. I should say that I don't think that realism wins the metaethical debate by a knockout, but that's because I don't think that hardly any view in any debate in philosophy wins by a knockout. I don't think that's how it's useful to think about what we're doing when we're doing philosophy. The metaphor I like here is that of tallying plausibility points. So the question is, how much of what seems plausible to us and to what degree does realism succeed in granting us, and at what price, if it has to, for instance, invoke some miracle down the line in order to deal with some objection? That would be a price in plausibility points. So when I discuss in a systematic way the advantages of realism, I don't try to show that all other views are contradictory. Maybe some are, but that's not going to be a very happy result for philosophy, right? Typically, if smart philosophers have held a view, surely there is something to be said for it, even if it, at the end of the day, fails, as most of us often do. What I am trying to show is that realism actually gives you a lot of what you want, and also the price that it gives you, the price that you have to pay for getting it is actually much lower than you may have thought. And then at the end of the day, the evaluation of such views is also going to be comparative and holistic. So the question is, how many plausibility points do other packages have? And it seems to me that the other packages that I can think of, including perhaps Lance's, does not do remotely as well. Before concluding, I just want to try and preempt some misunderstanding, because these are the misunderstandings that often come up. I don't know that they will here, but it may be useful to at least try to preempt them. So when I say that these are these normative, perhaps some of them moral truth facts that have always existed, will always exist, don't depend on us, are not contingent, don't depend on societies, do not depend on our point of view, and so on. I do not, of course, deny the fact that the social practice of moralizing has a history, and indeed may have an evolutionary explanation and may vary widely from one place to another. So moral realists don't do poor anthropology. At least moral realists who will listen to my advice don't do anthropology at all. I don't ask the question, have people always agreed that it's wrong to humiliate people just because of their race? I understand that the answer to that question is no. And it doesn't begin to be relevant to the question of moral realism, at least not by itself, without some further supporting story. What I ask is whether it was always wrong to humiliate people simply because of their race. It's that question to which I answer yes. So, of course, moral beliefs, in terms of the mental states rather than their content, have a history, do depend on us, are contingent, may vary widely from one society to another, although the methodology of determining such things is not going to be easy. But at least without some further story that shows why this is relevant to the moral facts themselves, it is just neither here nor there. I think for now I'll stop there.
All right, Lance, I pass it to you for 15 minutes.
All right. Thank you. David, it's good to see you again. I know we had one conversation before, so we might be continuing a bit of that here. I want to start by saying there's probably some sort of groundwork that I think that we do agree on. For instance, a lot of your emphasis is on normative realism versus normative anti-realism. And, there's this broader concern of the non-naturalist realist perspective as opposed to the anti-realist camp and also the naturalist realist camp. I don't take that to be a big draw for you. And, I've seen Mike Humer mention that he would prefer to construe the dispute in terms of it basically being the ethical intuitionists or the non-naturalist realists versus everybody else. And I feel like that's a good axis for where the dispute might actually be because, naturalist realists, they are moral realists. I don't deny at all that they're moral realists. I don't think anybody does. But there are affinities between the naturalist realist accounts, at least many of them, and anti-realists that they both have in common that they don't share with the non-naturalists. So at least some of what I think could be done in the dialectic, in contemporary analytic metaethics, is for us to start clearing away the brush of the accretion of 20th century framings and terminological disputes and philosophical disputes that are centered on disputes that we might not consider quite as central to what it is we actually want to offer an account of. So I think we're probably on the same page there. I also think that the moral, non-moral distinction is a bit more superficial. I don't think a whole lot hinges on that specifically. If there's, anti-realists, I think all along were probably more inclined to want to reject normative realism than moral realism in particular. Maybe some of them weren't. And if so, I'm not on the same page with them. So I do think that still puts us in a position of disagreeing, because I am a global normative anti-realist, meaning that it's not just that I deny moral normative realism in particular, but that I deny normative realism as a whole. So there's still that disagreement there, and there's still quite a bit to talk about. It's just that, that like delineating moral from non-moral norms may not be so central to anything that we want to discuss here. I do think it's an interesting question, but it's not the central question. So that being said, and I guess another thing that I agree with is also, I also don't think that there's not really knockout arguments here. Often philosophers want to, or at least they seem to really enjoy presenting these sort of deductive arguments. They really love to just have a syllogism, or it's almost like they have like an arsenal of prepared sort of canned deductive arguments where, hey, the premises are true, so this conclusion, boom. The opposite side is done.
So I agree with the point that you're making broadly here, which I'll probably say in a second, but it's just a little thing I want to caution against. I don't think the problem is at all to do with deduction. I think that we could probably frame a lot of the things that you would want to argue about moral realism, anti-realism deductively. Even with deductive arguments, once you actually consider the human psychological element, you only have so much credence in the premises and so much in the conclusion, right? So it might be that the premises entail the conclusion, but if you only get that kind of picture where it's like deduction, foolproof, annihilated, if you kind of naively think about your beliefs, like you believe the premise, you don't. Once you think about degrees of credence, I think deduction seems fine. So yeah, I don't think the problem is at all with deduction. I think that the point that I think you're getting at and that I agree with is kind of like you said, it's just, there's not a knockout. It's kind of like he says, it's a plausibility points game. You might have some amount of deductive arguments that have some amount of credence in the premises. You might have some amount of other stuff going on. And that all adds up to a general higher plausibility. So yeah, I just want to flag. I don't think we want to accidentally fire shots at deduction. Maybe at some kind of naive picture of how deduction works psychologically. But I do agree with the overall point you're saying. So I don't think this is really in conflict. Just a clarification.
Okay, no worries. I don't really have anything to add to that.
All in one.
Basically, just agree with you.
Sure.
And because, if one deductive argument worked with the conclusion moral realism is true or moral anti-realism is false, it's over. If one of them works, that's the end of the story. And yet in practice, none of us really seem to take those arguments as death blows. It really seems more like there's a cumulative case, and that we are weighing up, as you put it, the plausibility points of the respective accounts here. So there's a lot of sort of groundwork that I think that we agree on. As far as plausibility points, that's where I'm going to have a pretty big issue, because we're going to have different assessments of what the plausibility points are. And we are also going to have different assessments of what the costs of an account are. And this is one way in which I think I depart from a lot of contemporary analytic moral anti-realists, in that I see a lot of them as conceding ground that I don't think I would concede. So a lot of like error theorists or subjectivists will say, yeah, this particular thing, like I have to give up ordinary moral discourse, or I have to reject certain sorts of shared intuitions. They will concede that there are costs that are associated with their account that presumably they believe are outweighed by the advantages. But if there's a more fundamental disagreement about whether they're even paying those costs, that can change the relative weighting or of the total amount of plausibility points in favor of one view relative to another. And so I don't actually hold the view that error theorists or subjectivists frequently do, that there's a lot going for realism that the anti-realist has to overcome. And so that gets us to this question of like the data, the phenomena. What is it that we're trying to account for? Now, it does worry me a bit when these disputes are framed in terms of data or phenomena or what it is we're trying to account for, because there's something there that to me sounds very familiar approaching this not just from a philosophical perspective, but from a psychological perspective, which is that phenomena or data is typically something I approach from an empirical perspective. And in this case, I don't think it's that different. Now, I don't necessarily think that there are exclusively like scientific considerations that could be leveraged to resolve these disputes. I think that would be going too far. I think philosophy certainly has a role here in conjunction with scientific considerations or empirical considerations. But when I look at phenomena or data, I do think we have to ask this question of, well, what is it that we're trying to account for? Now, what I typically encounter, and I don't know if this is true of you or of realists in general, but I'll just say what I often see realists claim is that having like realist phenomenology, like experiencing the world as though it is a realm of objective moral truth, or having intuitions that are best accounted for by positing realism. This could be by considering cases or certain like moral utterances. Like if we look at a statement like torturing babies for fun is wrong, and then we consider something like, would we hold a contrary position if our culture or held a different standard, if it agreed it was actually okay to do that? Or if we consider a counterfactual where we had different desires, where we desired to torture children for fun, would it be okay then? And then, this is supposed to prompt the intuition. No. So if that is supposed to be the data or the input that we're coming into it from, a couple things. I don't think this is especially dispositive, but I don't have realist intuitions. And as far as I can recall, I don't have perfect recall, but I don't think I ever really did. So I don't hold the position that at least some anti-realists do, which is that realism is the sort of intuitive position, and then anti-realism is counterintuitive and has to do extra work to override those initial intuitions. Rather, I think that the intuitions or the sort of initial inclinations or starting points that people approach metaethics from actually vary quite widely. And it's an open empirical question, the extent to which both philosophers and non-philosophers actually have any specific sort of starting point in terms of phenomenology or disposition to adopt a realist or anti-realist approach. Now, my own research actually centers on that empirical work. And there is empirical research on whether or not non-philosophers actually have these realist intuitions. Now, I'm not going to have time in an opening dialogue. I could talk a bit about this research, but the bottom line is, I don't think the empirical research suggests that most people, generally speaking, are inclined towards realism. But it's very important to qualify that. I also don't think they're inclined towards anti-realism. I don't think that ordinary moral discourse is best explained by attributing a sort of implicit commitment to or realist intuitions to non-philosophers or anti-realist ones. I think it doesn't really require any particular presumption of a substantive metaethical position at all. I don't know. That might be something that you wouldn't even dispute. I don't know, but that's something that we could discuss. But when it comes down to it, then, so we have phenomena to explain, but I don't think that the phenomena, which is, I take it to be things like moral practice or normative practice. People use normative language. They talk about what they should or shouldn't do, what we have reason to do, what it would be best to do. They deliberate. So it's not just that they talk about it, they reason about it. Those are the things that I think that we are trying to offer an account of. The discourse, the behavior, and the thought processes. And I take all of those to be best addressed in part, and I think a pretty big part, with empirical data on, well, what actually best explains the way that people use moral language, what actually best explains the way that people engage in moral deliberation. And when I look at the way non-naturalist realists have set up their arguments, to me, a lot of that flies free of deep engagement with the empirical literature on these topics. What little empirical literature there is, it's only been around for about 20 years. But that literature, I think just does not vindicate this notion that the best explanation of what people are saying and doing and thinking and deliberating is best accounted for by realism. But again, neither by anti-realism. I think it just doesn't really have anything to say about either of these accounts. Now, why is that? Well, one consideration is whether our language is just underdetermined. So, There are, I think, plausible anti-realist accounts of the language, and there are plausible realist accounts of the language. And I don't think either of these really wins out in any clear or definitive way. Now, if we're looking at it from this sort of external, let's describe the outputs of the language, I do think that we end up with that kind of indeterminacy. But if we start looking at the actual psychological processes involved, I just don't think we have enough data on that. So I don't think we know the answer to that. And then you have stuff like, well, what does the current actual empirical data look like? The primary tool that's been used, it's called the disagreement paradigm. So what they do is they ask a person, hey, suppose two people disagree about a moral issue. Do you think they could both be correct? Or do you think at least one of them has to be incorrect? And this is typically used to sort of sort people that take a realist stance versus, I don't know why they contrast it specifically with relativism, because if you think they could both be correct, that would imply you're some type of relativist. There are significant methodological shortcomings with this question. It leaves out non-cognitivism as an option. If you're a culture relativist and the two people that disagree are from the same culture, then you might think one of them disagrees. So I don't think that these methods are particularly good. Sorry?
You said one of them disagrees. You meant to say one of them is mistaken.
Oh, maybe I did. Yeah. So, yeah, if you think they're both correct, that's operationalized as you're a relativist. And if you think at least one of them is mistaken, that's operationalized as you're a realist. Not a great question to ask lay people. And so a lot of my research is meta research. It centers on what are the methodological shortcomings with that research. And so one possibility with all this research that I think is not particularly dispositive one way or another about whether people are realists or anti-realists is we haven't really devised great measures yet. And once we get those good measures, maybe we'll start figuring out whether people tend to be realists or anti-realists. But I think there's another possibility here. So I think one possibility is that the reason people struggle with these questions and the reason they don't interpret them as intended is because they actually don't really have views implicitly. They certainly don't appear to have explicit views, but I don't even think that they have implicit views on the matter. And so when it comes to accounting for what people are doing, I just don't think that we need to play the game of figuring out whether they're realists or anti-realists. And we can account for what they're doing without positing any particular meta-ethical position at all. And I think in a certain sense, by default, that doesn't favor any specific anti-realist account. It just means that in and of itself doesn't give us any particular reasons to favor realism. And then at that point, we could then get into the question of whether realism or anti-realism wins on other grounds. But I don't think I don't think realism has a big edge in terms of establishing some presumption in its favor, or that it's the more commonsensical or more intuitive position. And I guess that's at least, in terms of the time I have left, a place where I would start the discussion, which is that I don't think realism enjoys any sort of privileged default status or priority over anti-realism. And everything else is going to be hashed out in terms of the arguments that follow after that, if I'm correct about that.
All right, excellent. Great opening statements. I have several questions that have occurred to me, but I'm just going to pass to David to begin, to wherever you'd like to start. And we'll go for roughly an hour, depending on how the conversation flows.
Thank you. And thanks, Lance, for this statement. I'm going to start bold, and then I'm going to get maybe more fine-grained. The bold statement is that I don't give a damn what people think. I don't care about empirical psychology. I care about the truth. I care about what I think is an approximation of that to the best of my knowledge. And when I'm talking to you guys, I care about what you think. But people are wrong.
Yeah, so obviously I'm going to take issue with that. I mean, it's a little weird to say he doesn't care. He doesn't, give a damn about what people think. He cares about the truth. As if, like, what the pragmatic implication there is that I don't care about the truth, or that my concern with what non-philosophers think isn't in some way relevant to the truth. Of course it is. Because if the claim is something like the everyday judgment of the non-philosopher is that they think this, or that they are committed to this, or that they speak in this particular way, or that they experience the world in this way, those are empirical claims about how those people think or speak, or what they're committed to, or how they judge things, or what their experiences are like. I mean, he even has a paper where the title of the paper is something like, why you're a moral realist and you may not realize it, or something like that. And he proposes several tests for the reader that are intended, like they're intuition pumps that are intended to show the reader that they're moral realists. He does seem in that case to take it to be relevant that people have some sort of implicit commitment to realism. So for him to then turn around and say that he doesn't care what the data says is quite strange. Would he genuinely consider it irrelevant if he was literally the only person in the world to whom it seemed like realism was true, or that spoke like a realist, like and literally everyone else in the world was like, say, an expressivist or something, would he just say, "Yep, irrelevant"? I don't. I find that hard to believe. Did the two of you have anything to add, or should we keep going?
Are wrong.
I'm kind of thinking. I don't really know if I have anything to add. It just seems like, I guess the most charitable reading I can think of is that he just doesn't think the empirical work has anything to do with his case. He thinks he can make his case without it, and whatever it, either it's got no logical connection to what he's saying, or if it does, it's outweighed by other stuff. And if he says something like that, fine. It's just, let's just see what kind of claims you make, and if that is in fact true, because you do kind of box yourself in when you say something like that. You're going to either have to only be saying things that the empirical stuff is irrelevant to, or when it is relevant, taking the view that it has no impact, or is outweighed easily.
So it can't be that the empirical stuff is entirely relevant to his claim, because, I mean, what was he talking about earlier on?
Sorry,
when we
Troy,
talked
did
about
you say it can't be?
It can't be, yeah.
Can't be, sorry.
Yeah, because earlier on, like when we talked about the phenomena and, everyday moral discourse, like thought and talk being of a realist sort, that can't be just, I assume, but like what he says, or like his everyday thought and talk. I thought he was saying something more general to which
Right.
the empirical stuff is relevant. It could be that he's saying he's not concerned with the judgments that people make about realism or their commitments being of a realist sort, because he might think that all the same, their commitments are of a realist sort. So he wants to perhaps take that as data, and not what the people would say about their commitments as data, perhaps.
Sure, but I would be denying both their commitments and what
Right.
they think.
Right. Yeah, that seems fair.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add yet. I just feel I kind of said what I think. I just think that will box him in a certain way. So it's like he's kind of in my mind drawn a little edge around the kind of things he can say, and now I'm sort of watching to see if he says something where, like, okay, well, empirical data definitely bears on that. So, like, you must think that data is somehow easily outweighed by something else, or doesn't go either way, or goes in the realist direction or something like that. So it's like I'm not taking huge issue yet. I'm just viewing it like he's outlined what he cares about, and now he better not say anything that requires him to care about the stuff that he doesn't care about.
All the time about everything. Why on earth wouldn't they be wrong about this? I honestly don't give it in. And also, you spend most of your statement talking about this kind of trying to debunk claims about empirical support for realism. But I don't think you'll find anything like this emphasis in my opening statement. Right? That had nothing to do with why I'm a realist. I don't care what people think. When I have this paper that I wrote a long time ago that's called something like "Why I'm an Objectivist about ethics and why you are too," because it really captures. I think the title captures the way I do philosophy. I don't run surveys, and people may be wrong.
Yeah, that's funny. That's the paper I was referencing. So would he say it's irrelevant if everybody read that paper? So he proposes, I think, 3 tests in there, where you're supposed to read it, do the test, and then go, oh yeah, I guess it does seem to me that things are a way consistent with realism. So let's say people did the 3 tests and they go, nope, doesn't seem like realism. Nope, doesn't seem like realism. And what if 100% of people had that reaction to his paper? Would he say that's completely irrelevant to whether he thinks realism is true? Because if so, then why did he write the paper? Like, what work is the paper supposed to be doing then? So he says he doesn't care what people think. Then he writes a paper saying, yeah, you actually do think this. And is that irrelevant? Well, I don't understand what he's talking about.
He could care about persuading them, but not care about what they think when it comes to making his own case.
No, that wouldn't make sense of what the papers actually do. What the paper is supposed to show is that you already are disposed to think in a way that implicitly committed you to realism before you even thought about the matter. So you come at the matter and you might even say, I don't think I'm a realist. And then he runs you through this thought experiment. Okay, well, consider this thought experiment. What's your reaction? Is it A or B? And you go A. And he goes, see, that's the realist commitment. And he's right. They would be the realist commitments if you have those reactions. But that is telling you something about what you think. Is it not? Like how you react to a case.
Yes, but I'm just a bit confused. What do you think that he is saying he doesn't care about here?
It looks like he doesn't care about empirical data. I don't think that he's specifically saying he doesn't care about surveys or scientific research. He seems to be saying he doesn't care what people think, but I don't know what is included in what people think. Okay. If that doesn't include their experiences, their intuitions, and their commitments.
So I haven't read the paper. I might just be totally missing the point, but I'm just wondering if we're mixing up two senses in which he might care about something. He might think the results of, like seeing how 100 people respond to that's totally irrelevant to whether his case for realism goes through. He doesn't require any kind of premise anywhere about how people would respond to something like that. But he might care in the sense of he just separately cares about persuading people of his opinion. So he writes a paper to do that. So we might be equivocating on what he means by I don't care. Again, I haven't read it. I might be missing something here, but right, it could be he doesn't care about your opinion when it comes to making his case. He doesn't require your opinion to go one way or another for him to make his case, but he does care about persuading people to share his view.
No, I don't think he's talking about persuading people. I think he's saying that how people think about these things.
I'm just confused. When you say you don't think he cares about persuading people, are you?
I don't think that. So of course he cares about persuading people, presumably.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is I don't think he's trying to make a point where there's his desire to persuade
Lance,
people.
When you say make a
point,
are you talking about right now in the conversation or in the paper?
Yes, okay, I'm talking about what he's saying in this conversation and in the paper. I don't think in either case his primary objective is to persuade people. I think his primary objective in the paper is to, he might be trying to persuade people in the paper that they were implicitly committed to realism, but that persuasion is just a means to an end, which is that he cares about what those people think, presumably. Consider the counterfactual. If he presented that paper and said, hey, I'm a realist and you're a realist too, doesn't he, the title of the paper and the whole, what he's trying to do, he's operating under the presumption that people are implicitly committed to realism. That is a operating presumption of the paper, and the paper is intended to prompt you to discover that you were already implicitly committed to realism in the first place. And so it would be pretty weird if it turned out that that's false, that when he had people run through the tests he proposes in the paper, it turns out that they would say no, and they don't have the realist intuitions, for him to consider that irrelevant to his case.
Okay, I want to play back what he just said, because maybe I didn't hear it right, and I want to see if it sounds like the kind of thing to me that it suggests he would have a problem if 100% of people weren't persuaded by his paper. So let me just back up a second here.
I have this paper that I wrote a long time ago that's called something like Why I'm an Objectivist About Ethics, and why you are too. Because it really captures, I think the title captures the way I do philosophy. I don't run surveys, and people may be wrong about any and all of this. But I do care about trying to get my thoughts in order, and also if I'm talking to you, about trying to help you, or perhaps you can help me.
Lance, I'm confused what part you're having this reaction to. I can go back further. Can you point it out again?
Claims about empirical support for realism. But I don't think you'll find anything like this emphasis in my opening statement, right? That had nothing to...
Yeah, so he starts out by saying that he doesn't give a damn about the empirical research.
Okay, wait. Just one sec. It was that
sure.
Right there, so let me just back up to hear that.
Trying to go all the way back to when he started talking.
Here, do you want to do it so that... Oh, to what?
Sure.
Okay,
well, I don't know how far back to go. I don't know how long
I know. That's my struggle here also. Just tell me if it's not far enough.
Support for realism. But I don't think you'll find anything like this emphasis talking about, honestly, don't give it in.
Okay, a little back, a little further.
I think is an approximation of that to the best of my knowledge. And when I'm talking to you guys, I care about what you think. But people are wrong all the time about everything.
Take it back even further.
I'm going to start bold, and then I'm going to get maybe more fine-grained. The bold statement is that I don't give a damn what people think. I don't care about empirical psychology. I care.
There. He doesn't care about empirical psychology. He doesn't care what people think. I don't know what he thinks empirical psychology addresses, but at the start of the whole conversation, the very first thing he starts talking about is everyday thinking. Is that not what he was talking about?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Maybe he was talking about his thinking. Maybe he's not totally clear.
Well, what the heck is everyday thinking then? Everyday thinking is David Enoch's thinking? That makes no sense. Why would you, if I was walking around talking about how I think, why would I say everyday thinking is this way?
Yeah.
That's not everyday thinking. That's my thinking.
Yeah, maybe you're implicitly thinking your thinking is like everyone's.
Right, but then you're making an empirical claim where you're generalizing from the way you think. Look, imagine this. Imagine I say, look, everyday experience is that pizza is delicious. And you say, Lance, what do you mean? And I go, okay, well, when I eat pizza, I find it to be delicious. Mm-hmm. And you go, okay, but are you just talking about how you experience pizza? And I say, no. Like, I'm assuming other people experience pizza similarly to me, that generally speaking, most people find it delicious.
Yes.
Well, that's an empirical claim. Yep. And so for him to start with what is, look, if it is an empirical claim, then him now saying he doesn't care about empirical psychology makes absolutely no sense. It's honestly not even just intention. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like for him to say, to start with an empirical claim about human psychology and then say human psychology is irrelevant and he doesn't care about it at all. And if he's not making an empirical claim, what the hell is he talking about when he talks about everyday judgment? Yeah, because there's the dilemma I want to point to is either, it's one or the other. Either he's in tension in both making empirical claims and that he's not substantiating, and then also saying he doesn't care about the empirical data, or he's speaking in a way that from an outside perspective, from any sane perspective, both from a person that's not familiar with philosophy and someone that is familiar with philosophy and he's even read his work, it sure as hell sounds like he's making empirical claims. And so if he's not making empirical claims, statements like everyday judgment is like this, or I care about the data captured by our experiences, our judgments. What are experiences but psychological claims? What are judgments but psychological claims? What is everyday judgment, experience, thinking, phenomenology? All of those are psychological terminology. So it'd be like if I went around saying, I love birds. I like robins and sparrows and woodpeckers. And you go, oh, so you're like a bird watcher, ornithologist. And I go, no, I'm not talking about like the animals, like a bird. That makes no sense. This what it sounds like he's doing.
Yeah. So I think one thing. Sorry, you've been trying to say something, Troy.
No, I just want to say, I mean, this seems fair, but I guess my impression is still that he does think that some of the empirical stuff is relevant in the sense that it has to be relevant to whether his claim about these being the everyday judgments and so on is correct, that the everyday moral thought and talk is of a realist sort. So if he's saying something that's in tension with that, then yeah, that's a problem. But I definitely think he wants to say that. But perhaps what he's just saying is that he takes the data relevant to that seriously, but not the data relevant to what people's meta-ethical judgments are. Because it might be that whatever people judge meta-ethically is not even in line with what their actual commitments are and their everyday standard normative moral thought, normative thought and talk, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. But in what universe did I say that I'm only concerned with studying and I'm only talking about like people's explicit metaethical judgments? That's not what I'm talking about. It's not what the research is about. So that wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm also, I think we might be talking. Oh, sorry. If you have more to say, yeah, go for it before I change.
No, that's good.
I think we might also be talking a tiny bit past each other, Lance, because I suspect that there's a similar tension as you do with kind of wanting your cake and eating it. And I made a point earlier about like, well, we're going to have to find out what you're talking about. If you're just talking about you, it's not that important to account for. If you're talking about everyone, you're going to have to do all this empirical work. So I'm not like, I don't think I disagree with you that it's very plausible that there's a cake and eating it too thing going on. It was just when you mentioned his paper, and maybe I would think differently if I read it, but I'm trying to think about what he believes. So not necessarily what follows on his beliefs, what he's committed to, but just when he says he doesn't care, I'm not sure, from what I understand the paper to be about, that the paper is in tension with that. It could be that he believes that people's judgments have nothing to do with his case in, I guess, whatever the relevant sense is. It could also be that he's got some kind of separate interest in people's judgments, like in shaping them in a given way by presenting them with arguments or something like that. And we might be mixing those two senses when we ask, why does he write this paper, and why does he say that he doesn't care about the empirics on people's judgments?
Sure. Okay, let me say a little bit about that. So
Sure.
what the paper tries to do is the paper says, hey, I, David Enoch, am a moral realist. I suspect that regardless of what you would explicitly say, so there is a psychological question, which is, what is people's sort of explicit public commitment? Do people go around saying, I'm a moral relativist, I'm a moral anti-realist, I'm a moral realist? A lot of philosophers will say that they don't care about what people would say if asked. So this comes up in a discussion between Richard Joyce and Stephen Finlay, who are two contemporary prominent meta-ethicists. And one of them in that exchange says, I don't really care what people would say if asked. So philosophers draw a distinction typically, and I think Enoch probably would, and I would too, between what a person says and then what a person is committed to.
Sure.
So I could say, I don't believe in this, and then I act like I do believe in it in every possible respect. And so you could say, okay, well, I don't believe it, but I am committed to it. You draw a distinction there. I think he would endorse that distinction. I would endorse the distinction. That's not a problem. Now, he could say, I don't care what people would explicitly say. I don't care what their beliefs are. But we're not only talking about that, and that's not what he's trying to do in the paper. So to get back to the paper, he's not trying to say, hey, I believe realism is true, and I think you believe realism is true. He's saying, I am committed to realism and I believe it. It doesn't matter which one of those he focused on. The point is that I think you're implicitly committed to realism, regardless of what you explicitly believe about it. And what I'm going to do is walk you through a series of thought experiments that when you consider these thought experiments, you will discover that you are implicitly committed to realism all along. And so his argument clearly is intended to persuade people that they're committed to realism. But the avenue through which it does so is predicated on the presumption that those people are implicitly committed to realism. And that's a psychological claim. I mean, just look at the title of the paper where it's like, why I'm a realist and why you are too. He seems to think most people are implicitly committed to realism. That's a psychological claim.
I don't think that I disagree with any of that, but do you kind of get what my point is? Because what you just said doesn't sound like it's in tension with my point.
What exactly is your point?
I am saying that it could be that there is one sense in which he doesn't care. So he believes that people's opinions are not relevant to his case for realism. Whether that's in fact true is another question. And it could be there's another sense in which he does care, like that he cares about persuading people of this view, and that's what motivates writing the paper. So
okay,
we wouldn't want to look at the point is we wouldn't want to look at the fact that he writes the paper and then think because he cares in that sense that he must care in the other sense where people's views are relevant to him building his case. Yeah.
Can you clarify? There's different senses of psychology. So he says he doesn't care about empirical psychology. Can you clarify the distinction you're referring to, that you're describing?
The two kinds of caring?
Yeah.
You could, yeah. So caring one is thinking that empirical psychology is relevant to your case. Caring two is wanting to persuade people of a view.
Yeah, I don't think his remarks about caring have anything to do with the persuasion stuff. I think he's specifically saying he does not think empirical psychology is relevant to assessing whether moral realism is true or not.
That's what I suspect too, but then I'm a bit, maybe I'm getting confused with what you're saying, because what made me initially react like that was you pointing to the paper, which my understanding is that the paper tries to show people that they're realists. But him wanting to show people that they're realists doesn't mean that he believes their being realists is actually important to how he builds his case.
I think it is relevant to how he builds his case. I mean, one is that the paper presupposes that people are implicitly committed to realism. It would be a little strange to write a paper where you presuppose people are committed to realism, and then if it turned out your presupposition is false, to say, I don't care. Like, that's not relevant to whether I think realism is true or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm getting a bit lost, but I'm not. I don't know. Like, do you want me to kind of repeat the thing I said until we find
No,
out where it doesn't make sense, or?
No, I don't. I don't think you need to. I think that part of his case for realism relies on the presupposition that most people are implicitly committed to realism. I don't think he's arguing for that in the paper. It's an inference I'm making about him. He's not saying
that's
that.
correct,
I'm
too.
just saying I think that.
Okay.
I think he is.
Sorry.
Sorry, you can go. You can go.
No, it's just a matter of how much I want to make it about resolving my thing, because I don't feel like it is resolved, but I also don't want to bog the conversation down too much. It's not the most important point ever. I was just trying to kind of be charitable to him. Yeah, I mean, I just get kind of a bit hung up on this part. He might not care in the sense of he doesn't think that it's relevant what people believe to how he builds his case. He might think he can build his case without talking about what people believe at all. That might be false, but he might think that. But we wouldn't want to be like, you do care because you write a paper where you try to persuade people, because that could be a different sense of caring.
But so it's not that he writes a paper that he tries to persuade people. It's that he writes a paper where he's presupposing that people are implicitly committed to realism. Imagine if he thought it's not the case that people are implicitly committed to realism, generally speaking.
Yeah.
Right.
So
How would that make any sense given his opening statements?
Yeah, I do understand your point. If your point in bringing up the paper is that he seems to be in some way appealing to what people believe about realism or some empirical.
Well, what their implicit commitments are specifically.
Sure. Yeah,
Keep in mind there's a distinction between belief and implicit commitment.
I appreciate that distinction. Sorry, I was just thinking broadly some empirical claim about people and realism. So I would understand why you invoke the paper if you think what he's doing in the paper involves caring in the same sense that he seems to be saying he doesn't care, namely.
So I don't think that's a requirement of the paper or the goals of the paper.
No, I'm not trying to box you in like that. I'm not saying something that strict. Just that that's a. Sorry, you go ahead. That is just. Yeah, you.
Okay.
You make
All
your
I'm
point.
saying is the paper relies on the presupposition that most people are implicitly committed to realism. If it turned out that that was false, I think that it makes sense to think that that is in tension with the relevant considerations that he thinks are relevant to whether or not moral realism is true.
Yes.
One of the things that I think is relevant to whether moral realism is true on his own view is whether or not people are implicitly committed to realism. And that's an empirical question. And I think he thinks that the empirical question is true. Like, it is in fact the case that people are implicitly committed to realism. If it were false, I think it would count against realism on his own view. And that is in tension with his claim that empirical psychology is irrelevant.
I agree with all of that. Yeah. The only thing I wouldn't want to do, which I now do not think you're doing, but this was kind of what prompted me to make that comment. I wouldn't want to bring up the fact that he writes a paper trying to persuade people of realism to say, well, he cares about persuading people, so he must care in the same sense.
No, not doing that at all. Those are just totally different types of considerations.
Sure. Fair then. Troy, did you have something also?
No.
I care about the truth. I care about what I think is an approximation of that to the best of my knowledge. And when I'm talking to you guys, I care about what you think. But people are wrong all the time about everything. Why on earth wouldn't they be wrong about this? I honestly don't give it in. And also, you spend most of your statement talking about this kind of trying to debunk claims about empirical support for realism. But I don't think you'll find anything like this emphasis in my opening statement. Right? That had nothing to do with why I'm a realist. I don't care what.
Yeah, I think it has everything to do with it, and I don't know what he's talking about. So I think he might be operating under an extremely narrow conception of what the empirical psychology is, because he's like saying, well, people are wrong all the time. What is he talking about? Well, if he's talking about people being wrong, it sounds like he's talking about their explicit beliefs. And you know, I've encountered this before. So part of the reason I'm raising this concern is not just because of David Enoch, but because of many conversations that I have had with moral realists and many things I've seen realists say in papers and at conferences and in conversations and posts online, is they'll say stuff like, well, people's explicit beliefs on these things are irrelevant. I don't care what these people believe. And they seem to be operating under the presumption that the empirical psychology is only
Yeah.
measuring what people believe.
Yeah.
And that's just not what it's doing. In fact, it's quite explicit in the research that they're concerned. There's a paper by Zylstra that's looking. Actually, it uses Enoch's tests. So it takes the 3 tests from his paper and then runs them empirically to see what proportion of people give the realist responsive reaction to it. Would he say that's irrelevant because they're literally using his tests, which are supposed to reveal implicit commitments? Other papers explicitly say the goal is to reveal implicit commitments. You even have an implicit association test with metaethics with Polzler and some colleagues on it. That's not testing beliefs. So if Enoch thinks the empirical psychology is about beliefs, he's just wrong about what the empirical psychology is like. But and his statements kind of hint that he might be thinking that, but it's not very clear. So I don't know. My best guess is he thinks the empirical literature is only looking at a narrow bandwidth of what he would consider to be irrelevant to the truth, which is people's explicit beliefs, when in fact what is relevant are people's implicit commitments. But I'm saying no, the empirical literature is looking at implicit commitments. And 2, facts about what people's empirical commitments, implicit commitments are psychological questions. They're empirical, and the empirical data matters. So
Right.
I think he's confused in multiple ways here.
It sounds like there's kind of like different problems you run into at different points. So like if he thinks, I'm just trying to kind of repeat what you're saying back because I understood it. You can tell me if I'm getting you. It sounds like you're basically saying when he says he doesn't care about the empirical literature, if he thinks the empirical literature is just about beliefs, maybe you understand why he thinks that's irrelevant, but that's a false statement about the empirical literature. It explores other things than beliefs. If he were to still at that point say it's irrelevant, then the datum he cares about just seems really weird and narrow, where it's like he just cares about himself or something like that. So like
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right. So if he thinks the data is only about beliefs and that beliefs are irrelevant, then he's wrong. If he recognizes or appreciates the data is about a broader range of things, including people's implicit commitments, then his opening statements are about people's implicit commitments. So what the hell is he talking about saying the data is irrelevant?
Yeah,
it wouldn't make any sense.
Right. Yeah. Right. So, right. That makes sense to me. If he's got the narrow picture of what the empirical data is about, he's just wrong about what the empirical data is about. If he's got the broad picture of what it's about, but still thinks it's irrelevant, then the datum that he cares about seems to be something that doesn't really matter all that much. It's just his N of 1 personal experience or whatever.
Right. So like the only moves that seem available to him, because if he goes to that first claim, it's all about people's beliefs and beliefs are irrelevant. I care about commitments or some other type of psychological stuff. Therefore the data is irrelevant. Okay. Well, he's wrong about that if that's what he thinks. So then we move on to the broader question of no, it's actually about all the empirically relevant psychological considerations. Then so it's about the empirical research is about all relevant empirical considerations, including implicit commitments.
Yeah.
So he has a couple options at that point. Either he has to concede that the kinds of things that concern him are empirical and that therefore the data is relevant, or he has to somehow insist that the data that he's concerned with is not empirical at all, or is empirical in a way where like surveys or research would be irrelevant. Because like technically you could say that my reports about my beliefs are empirical data for other people or something. I don't know. But I'm fine with saying we don't need to do studies. Like we don't need to do like psychological research to find out what David Enoch thinks. We could just ask him. So like I'm not going to insist on a study for everything. And so if he wants to retreat to it's not an empirical question at all, either because it's empirical in a trivial way, like it's just a self-report of his own state of mind, or it's some sort of a prioristic armchair analysis of the meanings of moral propositions independent of empirical data. Those moves now he can make those moves and escape the problem. But then what he says in his opening statements are in considerable tension with that, at least on the surface, because he's began by talking about everyday judgments. And that certainly seems like he's making claims that are not restricted to his own psychology. Right. And it certainly seems like the way he went on to describe things is he's talking about their implicit commitments. And the same holds true of the paper he just referenced. So I don't think it's much of a leap to think that if he references a paper in the middle of explaining why he disagrees with me, that he thinks the paper is relevant to his disagreement. But the paper itself is about people's implicit commitments, which are psychological considerations, which are amenable to the empirical research. And someone has literally conducted empirical research on the stuff in his paper. And by the way, they found huge rates of people giving anti-realist responses, and it was really variable and inconsistent. So this idea that the empirical stuff isn't relevant it just sounds bananas to me. I don't know how he could possibly think that.
Yeah, it just sounds like he's either got too narrow a picture of what the empirical stuff is doing, or if he genuinely does have a broad picture and still thinks it's irrelevant. I mean, it's kind of confusing what exactly, assuming he's not wrong about it being relevant to his case, it's kind of confusing what his case is like about at that point, or why we would care that much about it.
Yeah, my honest diagnosis, like, we could be super charitable, but my honest diagnosis is I think he's just very confused. I think he's lost. I don't think he's tracking what I'm saying or why it's relevant.
Yeah, what I suspect is similar. I think there's probably confusion around what kind of stuff counts as empirical. If not confusion, just a lack of clarity, even, like, about what kind of stuff counts as empirical, about what kind of stuff is supposed to be exactly in the datum versus in the explanation. I mean, and maybe it's not that he's confused. Maybe it's just really not coming across clearly. But I just kind of think that once you do get clarity on these things, suddenly realism looks like it's not going to do very well.
I don't care what people think. When I have this paper that I wrote a long time ago that's called something like "Why I'm an Objectivist About Ethics and Why You Are Too," because it really captures. I think the title captures the way I do philosophy. I don't run surveys, and people may be wrong about any and all of this. But I do care about trying to get my thoughts in order, and also, if I'm talking to you, about trying to help you, or perhaps you can help me to get our thoughts in order. So I really don't care about the empirical stuff at all. I do think that there is a sense in which realism is the default position, but it's not that one. It's not the sociological, psychological, empirical one. That sense is in terms of not the meta-ethical views of the folk. I tend to agree with you. I don't know if they don't have enough meta-ethical views, or if they have too many. They may very well be just incoherent, pushing one view in one moment and contradicting one on another. I don't know. And again, I don't care that deeply about this. What I do care are the starting phenomena, right? The things that I started with, which have nothing to do with what people think. They're just
and what the starting phenomena are, that is an empirical question, right? The starting phenomena, that's some empirical data, presumably, right? Like, the starting phenomena is most people have such and such experience, or use language in such and such a way, or something like that.
Yep. Yeah. So what he's talking, yeah. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think it's pretty clear that he's seeing the empirical data that you bring up as about people's meta-ethical commitments, and he thinks that's irrelevant. And so he's just wrong about that, as if it's only about people's meta-ethical commitments.
You think he thinks the empirical data is just about people's meta-ethical commitments, so you think the error here is that he's wrong about the scope of the empirical data, and that if he considers the full scope, he will think it's relevant.
Do you, Troy, do you mean
that's what it seems
commitments
to me.
or beliefs?
Well, beliefs, but yeah, direct commitments or beliefs.
Yeah, so because I'm drawing a distinction between implicit commitments. Maybe you meant like explicit commitments, which would be like beliefs. But so like there's a difference between a person saying, I am a realist, or I believe realism is true, and a person speaking in a way that commits them to realism. Which one do you think he thinks the empirical data is about?
It depends on what you mean by commits them to, but he does think that, I think that most people speak and think in a way where they're committed to things which, if true, require realism, right? But nevertheless, he's not concerned with, or he seems to not be so concerned with in general, what sort of meta-ethical beliefs people have, or if they have them at all.
Right. So I think that goes back to my initial hypothesis, which is that he mistakenly has an impoverished conception of what the empirical psychological research is about. That he thinks it's only about beliefs. It's not, and he's just wrong about what the empirical data is about.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he's making. I don't know which mistake he's making. He could be making the mistake of thinking these are all empirical questions, but the empirical psychological research only looks at beliefs, like explicit beliefs, or whether he thinks the empirical psychology only looks at the empirical questions. The implicit commitments, those aren't empirical questions. That would be very weird. So I would disagree with him on either account. So I would disagree that they're not empirical questions if he thinks that. And I would disagree with him. He thinks they are empirical questions, but the data doesn't address it. It both does address it and their empirical questions. So again, I don't know of how to sort out what he's reading. Like if you saying to disambiguate it in a way where he's not just wrong in one way or wrong in another. It's like damned if he does, damned if he doesn't.
That seems right to me. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're all converging on the most plausible thing here being that he has some kind of narrow notion of what the empirical research is about.
Things like, this is wrong and it would be wrong even if we thought otherwise, and other things along these lines. I think that in that respect, realism is the explanation of these commonsensical beliefs that is closer to the surface.
Pause.
Commonsensical beliefs, right?
Commonsensical beliefs? Oh, come on, David. I mean, he's not even using his own terminology consistently. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that's just, he's even terminologically sloppy. Look, I go out of my way. I haven't been doing this as long as David. Why am I more careful and precise? Sorry to rant about this, but I get people hassling me in the comments like, look at this, he's a big Oxford professor and I'm not, and he's imprecise with his language. Isn't it important for philosophers to be precise and clear with their language? Now he's talking about beliefs. So, okay, common sense beliefs. Empirical data is irrelevant, but he's presuming certain common sense beliefs are held. By who? Which people hold them? And how in the fucking universe could you say, I think what we need to start with are common sense beliefs, and then also say psychology is irrelevant to that. Belief is a paradigmatic psychological term. Do you see the problem here?
Yes,
When he says common sense beliefs, that falls within the scope of psychology and empirical psychology of the kind I'm talking about, or he somehow thinks you can make claims about people's beliefs, like inferential statistical claims, like population claims. Most people have this belief, stuff like that. You could just say shit like that and it's somehow not empirical. I'm sorry, that's insane. That would require a profoundly idiosyncratic use of the term belief. It's equivalent of me going around talking about pizza and cupcakes, and then you say, oh, so you're talking about food, and I go, no, I'm not referring to food. What?
Yeah, I mean, I think for all of us, the big point here is something like what are commonsensical beliefs? Like we're all understanding commonsensical beliefs. That is part of the datum for him, and we're also all understanding that empirical work bears on what, in fact, those commonsensical beliefs are. Given that, it seems it doesn't make any sense to say that empirical work isn't relevant to the case he's making. Are we all on the same page about that or not?
I am.
Yeah, just to say something quickly, when he talks about the common sense beliefs, I assume and them being relevant. There, I think he's talking about the common sense, like first order normative judgments, right? Mm-hmm. And that's relevant because that's part of the data, I assume.
Yes.
And but their metaethical judgments are not. So
yeah.
But my thinking is that if there were empirical research regarding the former, then he would think that's relevant. But he seems to think that all the empirical research is about the latter. That's my reading, and so he doesn't think that's relevant.
Right.
What do you?
Go ahead.
Hold on, just to clarify, what do you think he does not think there's empirical data on?
People's implicit metaethical commitments.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, there is data on that.
Of course. Yeah. That's my most charitable reading is that he seems to think that it's not about that. It's about their metaethical commitments, like direct metaethical beliefs.
Yeah. He says common sense beliefs is part of the datum that he's using his theory to account for. It's part of the datum for him. Empirical research clearly bears on that, so it is relevant. So it seems like either he's saying it's in principle not relevant, which just sounds very strange and hard to understand, or he just thinks in practice that the scope of the research hasn't reached that far.
Yeah, and just neither claim is plausible. And like he's not also something to flag. It's not not only am I just saying I don't agree with him, it's not like he's presenting arguments or defending this. He's just asserting this.
Right, that he is asserting that it is that such and such are common sense beliefs, right?
Well, and
that
also
empirical
his
work doesn't bear on.
methodological presuppositions that like the data is irrelevant. How did he establish that? What's the case for that? I mean, not only
Right.
is he not clear, so he's using imprecise language. Conceptually, it's not very clear what he thinks. And on top of his lack of precision in language and lack of precision conceptually, he's also mostly just making assertions and not really arguing for or defending things. And that's a little frustrating. Now, granted, he could do that later in the discussion, but I will flag that a lot of discussions with philosophers is they just kind of tell you what they think. And this is maybe a fault you could make for me is, at this point, this is open discussion. I could say, hold up, well, can you walk me through an argument for this? And I don't do that. But I would like to know why he thinks what he thinks. And I don't think he does a very good job of explaining that either.
Yeah, I think we're all pretty much converging here. I mean, it's just clearly going to be let me ask one thing, just so I make sure I'm getting you right here, Lance. You think both that empirical work in principle bears on the question of what our common sense beliefs about morality are, and that such empirical work has been done?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, and it seems like if he's not objecting to one of those things, like if he's not saying, like, what could he be saying? He could be saying, in principle, that empirical work doesn't bear on, empirical work doesn't bear on the question of what our common sense beliefs are. I just do not know what he would mean at that point. That seems very strange to me. That would confuse me. Or he could be saying, in practice, although it would bear, we haven't done that empirical work, and then it just sounds like he's not aware of some empirical work that's been done, assuming you're correct about what work has been done, which I assume you are, because that's your thing.
To be clear, it bears not just on our explicit, either normative or meta-ethical beliefs, but on the implicit commitments.
Right,
or
yeah,
like what would have
that's
to be the case
that's,
for those things to be true.
Yeah, and I appreciate you pointing that out, because obviously you wouldn't want someone to be watching this and thinking, of course, he grants that we have that in the case of explicit beliefs. It's the implicit beliefs that he thinks it's not there for. So yeah, you want to point out. Right. Yeah, got you.
Sense in which I think that realism enjoys a privileged default status, not the one of winning elections. I think that the truth very, very rarely wins elections. But I also want to say something more. And you asked the question, why don't realists engage with this empirical research? And I guess my answer is, different realists do different things. Some of them probably do engage. Some of them have other agenda. Myself, I'm not that impressed with that literature when I do run across it. And also, I just don't think it's relevant. It doesn't even begin to be relevant to anything that's a part of my discussion. But perhaps there's a deeper methodological point here. And I'm not going to take too much time. That's going to be the last point for me right now. And that's, you rightly said, how do we characterize the phenomenon, the data, the starting point, the thing that we want to accommodate, account for, explain. And it seems to me that the kind of phenomena that you are out there to explain are things like that we deliberate, or perhaps that we deliberate in some ways and not in others. That calls for explanation, and you do your empirical magic and you supply explanations for that. And I'm fine with that. I don't deny that that's a perfectly legitimate explanandum, a perfectly legitimate thing to be explained. What I do deny is that this is the only thing to be explained. Because for me, the main things to be explained are not the fact that we think about so-and-so. The main starting point, the thing that it's really important to accommodate or account for, is that so-and-so. The thing to be explained is not that we think that it is wrong to.
Yeah, so this seems to clarify from, I guess I'd forgotten about this since I initially watched this. When we were discussing at the beginning, I wasn't sure whether he was taking the phenomena to be something about our judgment, or it's seeming to be the case to us that so-and-so, or the contents being so-and-so.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
So, but it seems like he's taking the latter. The sort of thing to be explained is the fact that P, whereas P is some moral or normative claim. So
So what does he take those facts to be? So, I mean, that it seems like a much stronger claim. So it'd be one thing to say, look, we got to explain why people judge or think or believe certain moral things in a way that suggests or is best explained by positing realism. It's quite another to say the thing we need to explain is that moral realism. Is that what he's saying?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess he'll go on to say the kind, like he's just talking about moral propositions, and he doesn't get really more precise than just saying that, like, that it is wrong to enslave, or that it is wrong to, such and such. But yeah, I mean, that is, it's kind of like, I'm just gonna make my same point. It's like that phrasing is ambiguous between the two views. And if we bake in the realism, then sure, realism will explain it better, but you can just do a kind of parallel thing. And if we don't, then it's not clear that realism will explain it better.
So, not to bring in something else too much, but if I recall correctly, like Rochefort Landau and Cuneo and him, I think they did have this. They wanted to have a sort of other approach, as I understood it. It's something like, in a way, there's the data that such and such is wrong in this sort of way, for example, but that's neither a statement that about just like our attitudes or psychology or something like that, nor a statement that requires the truth of the thing stated, right? So it's some sort of non-factive data. And maybe you recall this, Lance, in their discussion, or the one of the books, I forget which one, where they discuss this. And I couldn't at the time, and still cannot really make sense of what that really is.
Yeah, I couldn't make sense of it at the time. I haven't read the book. I have listened to their interviews where they talk about it. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't think it's very clear.
He's wrong.
But anyway, we could sort of, just quick, we can flag that as like a way that he might try to respond, which is that, no, I'm not taking the data as either of those things you're talking about. Rather, it's something else. But then, or at least my issue with that was going to be, I'm not sure how to understand that. Yeah.
Yep.
People simply because of their race. The thing to be explained, or at least one of the things to be explained, is that it is wrong to humiliate people simply because of their race. A part of the
and I'll just add, in a way, he sort of has to say something like that, because he wants to allow that, at least at this stage of the analysis, that like someone who's an error theorist like can provide their response. And it's not like, if the data was something which just was strictly incompatible with error theory, then like what would the error theorists be doing is accounting for that data? Like I assume he wants to allow that the data, in fact, does not require that realism is true. I think I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
that sounds weird. The datum is, it's true that moral proposition so and so, it's wrong to humiliate people because of their race, but that would make error theory just impossible at the outset. There's no way for the error theorists.
Well, it also make non-cognitivism wrong from the outset.
Sure. Right. Yeah. So that, I mean, now it could be that, I'm just trying to be really charitable. I mean, I don't know. It could be that the data he would look at would be different depending who he's arguing with. Like, presumably, there's no way he's going to argue with an error theorist and say, we're starting from the data that there's at least one true moral proposition. Like, there's no.
I think he would start with that. I don't think he's going to change it based on who he's talking to.
Right. I don't think he might not phrase it exactly that way, but I think he would say the data is the fact that it is wrong to blah, 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 do this. And you could say something more about the sense in which it's wrong. But, and this is where I don't really understand where he's going with it. I think he wants to understand, the fact that yada, 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 in a non-factive way, in a sense, although that seems like an oxymoron. That is to say, in a way that doesn't require the truth of the content under consideration.
I don't understand that. What?
Yeah, I don't understand either, but that's what they want to say in some manner.
Really good point, actually. There's no way. I mean, I guess Lance thinks he would do this, but just, I mean, there's no way he would do that, because that just seems completely insane.
Do you really find it implausible? Think about how he talks to me. He has no problem dismissing everything I have to say in my starting position on the matter. And when you get to the radical skepticism part, it's not like if I say, well, it doesn't seem to me that way, you go, oh, okay, well, let's take a step back and start with what seems to be the case to both of us. He just goes, nope, it does seem that way. You're wrong.
Okay, maybe he would, but there's no way he would say it as blatantly as Troy put it there. But if he's not doing that, I want to know what he is doing. But because there's no way he opens up by just blatantly saying something this obviously analytically in contradiction. I guess that's redundant. This obviously in contradiction with error theory is the datum. There's no way he starts a discussion with an error theorist and says, okay, we're trying to account for the fact that there's at least one true moral proposition. Like, maybe yeah?
No, what I'm saying is that the way he wants to construe the data is not in contradiction with error theory or non-cognitivism or something like that.
Right.
Because the data doesn't, in fact, require, strictly speaking, that is true, that this expresses a true moral proposition, yada yada yada. So in a way, it's sort of the data is non-factive, but it's also not merely something about our attitudes or beliefs. So
honestly, that's
something
just,
sort of in between.
Am I missing?
Instead of saying something kind of overcommitted, question begging, and false, he's just saying something utterly mysterious and incomprehensible.
Yeah, like am I
that's what I think is
misunderstanding you, Troy? Because it sounds like you're saying there's no way he starts the debate with an error theorist by doing something crazy like that. That would be a ridiculous thing to do. So I'm with you so far, right? Like you're saying he would not start a debate with an error theorist by going, there's at least one true moral proposition. But we hear him give this datum that like, it's wrong to humiliate people because of their race. And it's like, well, it sure sounds like the datum is a true moral proposition. So
it sounds that way, but I think he wants to say that that's not what it is.
Right.
So he wants to allow that's the datum, that's the data, but it's compatible with that it's false.
I don't understand
that it's wrong to whatever.
I genuinely, I hope I understand your point. You're saying he wouldn't do this one thing, so he must be construing the data in some way where it's possible that it's false, but you don't understand how he could be doing that when the data is it's wrong to humiliate people because of their race is true.
Yeah, I don't know what the data is supposed to be beside that being a fact of some sort, or it being something about our attitudes or commitments or something like that. What else? What other data is under consideration? And he seems to want to say there's something sort of in between, or not quite like either of those things, and I just don't understand it.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
I don't know.
I find that very perplexing. I just want to know how he would answer that. Like the way I would put it if I were talking to him is just how would you frame the datum you just gave that it's not that people believe it or think it or something like this, but that it's true that it's wrong that it's wrong to humiliate people because of their race. How would you frame the datum in a non-question begging way if you were talking to an error theorist? I don't know what he would say to that, but that's what I want him to answer now.
Yeah, right, exactly.
This actually, yeah, I agree. This reminds me of something that came up in my discussion with Mike Humer, where he wanted to start with saying that certain propositions are true or false, and only then do you consider the meaning or the content of the proposition. And so you take some sentence, it's wrong to torture people for fun. Okay, first, you consult your intuition. Is that sentence true or false? Then you try to figure out what is meant by that, or what you take that to be.
Right.
Now, I understand, like when it comes to take grammaticality judgments, people are quite good if you give them a list of sentences in their native language. Is you could ask them, is this sentence grammatical or not? And they could go, yes, no, no, yes, no. If you then go, okay, why is this one grammatical? And why is this one not grammatical? What rule does it violate? People are, without a very explicit formal training, are totally incompetent at doing that. They can't say, oh, it's because it's a, I don't know, there's a split infinitive, or there's a subject verb agreement inconsistency or problem, or there's a collocation error. That's not what people do. They go, I don't know. They just don't know. Right. Now, I can understand how someone could say, look, you can take like a sentence in English or whatever other language is your native language, and I could give it to you and say, look, do you think it's true or false? So you go, I think it's true. And they go, okay, now let's pause and consider what it means. I understand that you could do things sort of dialectically in that order. But when you say that it's true or false, there is an important distinction to be made between whether you're having some gut reaction or intuition or judgment or thought about a sentence and then the actual cognitive content of what it was you were thinking in the first place. And I don't think, like maybe it's because a lot of philosophers buy into some representationalist view of human psychology where they just think that there's some sort of representation in the head that corresponds to the sentence. But I don't think of human thought that way. And so I do worry that there may be, outside of people's explicit awareness, presuppositions about human cognition or about how language and meaning work that they're just helping themselves to in even setting up and framing the discussion from the very outset. And they might be wrong about those presuppositions, and they're not even considering that. And what frustrates me about a lot of these conversations is that philosophers, think about how this, I promise is relevant. You'll have scientists, Lawrence Krauss, Stephen Hawking, other scientists have said things like philosophy is dead, it's a waste of time, it's pointless. And I think philosophers will rightly point out that many times scientists, especially when they're doing more theoretical science, have certain sorts of philosophical assumptions implicit in the way that they're approaching science. They have some epistemic framework they're operating under, whatever it is. And philosophers, I think, rightly make the point, like, look, you can explicitly engage with philosophy and do it well, or you could implicitly do philosophy and ignore it and dismiss it and do it poorly. How is the same not equally true of any approach to philosophy that engages with and turns on claims about thoughts, seemings, beliefs, attitudes, language, without caring at all or discussing or reconsidering or reflecting on what the empirical data says about how human cognition works or how language works? I approach a lot of these issues, for instance, from a view heavily inspired by Wittgenstein, and it's largely in accord with contemporary accounts of language cognition that are outlined in The Language Game by Morton Christensen and Nick Chater, that are closer to like a language's use view, that see language not as something that is part of this innate grammar, this cognitive faculty that we all share that has this internal structure to it, but rather is something that is largely the exaptation of existing cognitive faculties. It's largely improvisational. It's a lot shallower. It's a lot more culturally contingent than the Chomskyan view. But a lot of philosophers just bought into a 20th century Chomskyan paradigm of all of this stuff. In fact, sorry, there's so many digressions here, but there's just so much to this. James Andow is an experimental philosopher that traced some of the origins of the uptick in the use of even the term intuition in philosophy, and attributes it, at least in part, to the rise of the use of intuitions in the Chomskyan paradigm when it comes to how people think about language, like grammaticality judgments. What is your intuition about whether the sentence is grammatical or not? And so there has been a lot of cross-pollination from the Chomskyan paradigm. Well, I think that paradigm is wrong. And so we don't even scratch the surface in this discussion with David Enoch, but I think he and Humer and Russ Schaefer-Landau and many of them are operating on unstated presuppositions that are scientific ones about psychology and linguistics that I think are very likely to be false. And I would say the same thing to philosophers, especially rationalistically inclined philosophers, like non-empiricist ones, that, just as you may criticize scientists that ignore philosophy by pointing out that they're doing it anyway implicitly, they're just doing it poorly. You're doing psychology and linguistics implicitly or explicitly. If you're like Enoch and you don't want to do it explicitly, fine. Then you're doing it implicitly and you're doing it badly. So, this is something I say about many philosophers is they're just very bad psychologists.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the point. I mean, it's a more elaborated version of the same point that I was making before, where there's just this like reverse cringe phenomena. You have the scientists who downplay philosophy and end up saying silly things as a consequence, and you have the philosophers who downplay science and end up doing silly things as a consequence. Just two sides of the same coin.
A part of that is a part of the phenomenon. Now, you may think, and maybe within some disciplines, including yours or one of your disciplines, you may think that that's not a legitimate explananda. Explananda always have to be, say, put in psychological terms. But if that's what you bring to the table, furthermore, before we even start our discussion, then of course you are begging the question against the moral realist. And in fact, you're begging the question against a wider.
So how would it be me begging the question and not him begging the question, or us both symmetrically begging the question? Why is it only I'm begging the question, but he's not?
Assuming he's saying that, that makes no sense to me. I mean, he could somehow think that he's not committing to the datum needing to be understood psychologically or non-psychologically, whereas you are committing to it needing to be understood psychologically, in which case I would understand what he's saying, but that's just not the case, though. Are you with me on that, or do you?
Yeah. I don't see how he'll make claims like you're begging the question. Like he seems to operate in the conversation as though he's entitled to make whatever initial assumptions he wants, and he doesn't have to support them. But I'm not entitled to make any assumptions, or it's begging the question.
Yeah, I mean, I think that kind of pattern will sort of emerge as we go further into it. Like, I mean, it's plausible he's not doing that, but I mean, I guess I would just say if he is doing that, that's clearly wrong. And as we continue on, he sort of says a bunch of things that seem like best explained by him privileging his own starting point.
A wider set of theorists, I think. It seems very clear that intuitively it is wrong to humiliate people simply because of their.
Yeah, like when he says that right there, it's clear intuitively that it's wrong to humiliate people because of their race. We need to be clear about what is being said there. Is that to be understood as something that is psychological? Is it to be understood as not psychological? And I guess if it's neither, I don't know if I have enough understanding of what it's even supposed to be able to do theorizing about it. Like, is it just a thing that people would say, and we don't exactly know what it means? Or yeah, I struggle.
Yeah,
to understand.
can you
back up?
Can you replay that part there?
Yeah,
realist, and in fact, you're begging the question against a wider set of theorists. I think it seems very clear that intuitively it is wrong to humiliate people simply because of their race.
Yeah, it seems very clear. This is something I say to philosophers a lot. I know it made it into Joe Schmidt, Majesty of Reason, who is amazing, and go check out his channel. I plug him every chance I get because I think he's one of the best contemporary young up-and-coming philosophers. Anyway, so he includes this in the list, but it seems to who? To David Enoch, to me, to people in general. Philosophers have this incredibly bad habit of just saying things seem a certain way. And now in everyday life, imagine I said, "Oh, it seems like it's raining." How would you interpret that? It's almost a rhetorical question. I'm assuming, and you could just confirm, that you would interpret that as me, I probably seeing that it's raining outside, or I saw that it's wet or something. And so I'm making a kind of subjective claim where I'm appealing to how things seem to me specifically. Is that correct?
seems reasonable enough. Yeah.
Like in that specific case, if I say it seems like it's raining,
it seems like it's raining. I would think that you're like seeing rain out there, or that. Yeah, I mean, I would expect. I don't know exactly how to talk about what you mean, but I would expect that you see rain or like hear rain or something like that.
Let me ask it this way. Would you infer that the reason I'm saying it seems like it's raining is due to some fact about my psychology?
I think so.
Okay.
Due to the fact, like as in like it's caused by it, like.
Yeah, like my perception or my beliefs or something.
It sure seems like it. Well, I guess I just said seems, but yeah.
Right. So if he says something, it seems that. What can you do that again? What exactly does he say here? I almost want to write it down.
I think he says it seems clearly the case that it's wrong to humiliate people because of their race. Let's see how close that is.
And in fact, you're begging the question against a wider set of theorists, I think. It seems very clear that intuitively it is wrong to humiliate people simply because of their race. It
seems very clear that intuitively, there's multiple psychological claims there. It seems very clear. So it seems very clear that it intuitively. Now, if you're making a claim about intuitions, how can you possibly say psychology is irrelevant? How can you possibly say that? What are intuitions if not a psychological phenomenon? But the more pressing question here is when he says it seems intuitively clear, it seems clear that intuitively something is the case. To who? Who is he talking about?
And I want to say that what? Because I need to know how precisely that datum is being dialed in. Like, when he says it seems the case, is it seems the case that mind independently, blah, blah, blah? Is it seems the case where that's construed in some psychological way? Or is it neither? In which case, I'm not totally clear what the datum is. It's just a set of words that a person would want to say is true, and that's totally theory agnostic?
I just don't know.
Do you have any guess, Troy?
Yeah, I don't know.
And it seems very important. It seems like so much is gonna hang on this because you can really set yourself up for a easy win or an easy failure by just how you set up the data at the outset. So yeah, I mean, we just really have to be clear about this. If that datum is to be understood psychologically, that's going to bias in Lance's favor. If it's to be understood in a way where it's mind independent or something, that's obviously just going to bias towards realism. And if it's not to be understood either way, I just kind of want clarity on what the datum is. Is the datum just that there is this sentence that people are inclined to say is true? But then it sounds like it's some kind of empirical thing. And I thought he didn't want to talk about empirical stuff. So I am genuinely confused what the datum is.
This is one of the things we want to give an account of. At the end, and I'm open to all sorts of things that will emerge at the end of theory. Maybe what we'll end up saying is that, in fact, it's not wrong. Or that, in fact, to say that it's wrong does not state the fact. Or, in fact, to say that it's wrong is just not.
This might answer the error theory thing. Do you catch that part, Troy? What might emerge as
theory.
wrong?
Maybe what we'll end up saying is that, in fact, it's not wrong. Or that, in fact, to say that it's wrong does not state the.
So maybe it's that he was not specific enough before about what the datum is. The datum is something about what is intuitive to people or what it seems like to people. And then, I mean, I guess presumably that's something that doesn't beg the question against the error theorist, because the error theorist might grant that datum. Yeah, it seems objectively wrong, and then reason their way to, well, in fact, it's not. Like he says here, they can do in a second.
I think it's just still unclear because I also don't think he wants to say that the data is just what people think is the case or what seems to be able to be the case. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean this seems like really a very crucial kind of thing here. If I mean it seems that intuitively the case. End
up saying is that in fact it's not wrong, or that in fact to say that it's wrong does not state the fact.
But I don't get it. Earlier he was saying, I'm so confused by this. We need to play this.
This is one of the things we want to give an account of. At the end, and simply because of the race, this is theorists, I think. It seems very clear that intuitively it is wrong to humiliate people simply because of their race.
Seems very clear that intuitively it's wrong to humiliate people because of their race. That is supposed to be compatible with error theory. So he can't just be saying the datum is that it's true that it's wrong to humiliate people because of their race. I'm losing track. I thought he said before that we don't care about all this stuff about what people think about it or blah, blah, blah. We care about the fact that it's true. But now it seems like we're talking about psychological stuff, about how it seems to people, where it would be compatible for an error theorist to have a meaningful argument with him. So I am confused. Some of these things seem weird to me. It seems like it was it got so specific before that we knew we're talking about just the fact that this proposition is true. That seemed to box out the error theorist. Now it seems like we're, I guess, not doing that. Didn't he say? I must be missing something. I guess.
Yeah, he did say. Remember, he said it's not about our judgments or beliefs or any of that stuff. He's like, it's not about that. It's about the fact that.
Yeah,
didn't he explicitly say that?
That's the kind of thing that prompted Troy's comment, right? I assume.
So then you have this. So we have to explain the fact. Like, this is the data. So it's not in dispute. It's the fact that it's wrong to do something, right? It's presumably, if it's a fact that it's wrong to do something, then it's true that it's wrong to do it. But then he says at the end of inquiry, we could discover that it's not, in fact, true that it's wrong.
Yeah.
So we have to explain why it's true that it's wrong. And then the answer might be that it's not true that it's wrong. Then that's not the data. What the hell is he talking about?
Yeah, the data is it seems unclear to me. Is the data the fact that it's wrong? Or is the data that it seems intuitive to people that it's wrong?
Well, they want to have these this non-factive stuff. I mean, look, at a certain point, and I'll just say this. Look, he insisted on attributing a principle to me later on during the radical skepticism part. I explicitly said I don't endorse that principle, and then later on he just goes the Lance principle. So personally, I think he was a little bit rude with me and a little bit pushy. So I'm going to float a possibility here, and it's not a charitable possibility. Here's a possibility. What if he doesn't know what he's talking about? What if he's just confused? And the reason this is really convoluted isn't because there's a coherent thought under the surface and he's just like verbally unclear about it. What if the reason it sounds unclear is because it is in fact incoherent?
Well, yeah, I mean, I actually think that is the most plausible explanation. So I don't know if that's like a 10% possibility for you. I think that's actually likely. I think that they start from this messy starting point and then get to messy places from it. And then you want to press them to be clear about the starting point and they don't really like it. But if they were, it would kind of make it like their case is like trivially works or trivially doesn't work.
Yep, exactly. And this is why I have that trilemma where it's trivial, false, or unintelligible. I think a lot of what analytic philosophers do is this grand game of whack-a-mole where you try to pin them down in one way and then the problem pops up in another way. And the reason it functions that way is because the whole system is internally incoherent, and every time you press in one place, it gives them wiggle room in another place. I know it's a very Wittgensteinian type of approach to it, but I think that's broadly correct. And I think what might be going on here is that you might be trying desperately to be as charitable as possible, and there just isn't sense to be made of it.
Yeah, I actually was trying to counter signal myself a bit there, because I do really want to be charitable. I don't want to box him in unfairly, but also I want to acknowledge that my belief is that the most plausible explanation is that there's some fundamental confusion going on. And I don't think we want to adopt some kind of charity norm that is counter to stating what we think is the most likely explanation. So I think the best you can do is just say, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but it seems like you might just not be totally clear about what it is that you are trying to explain.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be... Oh, sorry.
No,
I'm not trying to be rude or uncharitable for the sake of it. What I'm saying is, if he's going to take the gloves off and speak to and engage with me in a way where he's not especially charitable towards me, I don't feel thoroughly obliged to bend over backwards to only say the most positive and charitable things to him, and to say, look, honestly, I think that what might be going on here is that he's confused, or he has an incoherent position, or that he's making rather significant errors.
I think you're going too far in thinking that you need to have him be rude to you to say that. I'm trying to say that I think that should just be a thing that we're able to say. I mean, humans are humans and they get offended and stuff like that. So sure, I think it would probably be good to have a general habit of just like making it clear you're not trying to be a dick. Totally agree with that. But I don't think that if your view, honestly, is that the most plausible explanation or a significant live possibility is that the other side is confused about something that they're saying, that you don't get to mention that unless they say something mean to you. That seems counter to like progress. So
Yeah, no, I'm not. I guess what I'm trying to get at is saying, I guess I am kind of doing that. I guess I would generally be more polite and more reserved to people, but I feel like sometimes if I get pushed on the matter, I'm more willing to be more blunt than I otherwise would be.
Yeah, that I totally get. Yeah.
One of the things we want to give an account of at the end, and I'm open to all sorts of things that will emerge at the end of theory. Maybe what we'll end up saying is that in fact it's not wrong, or that in fact to say that it's wrong does not state the fact, or in fact that to say that it's wrong is just nonsense. It's like saying blah 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 blah. That seems to be in the shape of a sentence, of a well-structured sentence. All of this may yet be true at the end of theory, right? But at the beginning of theory, just like you want to understand why it is that we deliberate in this way and not in that way, you also want to understand how it is that it's wrong to humiliate people in this way, and that it would be wrong even if all of us thought otherwise. So I think a part of the disagreement.
Yeah, I mean, he's signaling here very clearly that there is a real non-question begging debate to be had with like non-cognitivists, to be had with error theorists. I mean, this is, I think, very clearly the kind of thing that he's saying here. At the end of theory, it could turn out something other than realism is true. So it can't be that the datum is to be understood analytically in terms of realism or something like that at the outset. That just seems that would not be compatible with what he's saying here. The datum has to be something that could be understood as genuinely able to be the case without realism being the case.
Yeah, it has to be more or less meta-ethically neutral.
Yeah, that's a better way to say it. I agree. Thank you.
I don't mean neutral in a very strong sense. Neutral in the sense that it's at least consistent with the different meta-ethical theories. Maybe
Sure.
it sort of suggests one way or the other, but at least it doesn't decide.
Yeah, doesn't rule, doesn't make one like a logical impossibility or something like that.
Right.
About the explananda, not just about what exactly the explananda are, but also about what kind of thing the explananda are. They are not just psychological facts. To assume that the only thing worth explaining are psychological facts is already to give away the game.
So there's a non-psychological fact that it's wrong, or a fact that committed to being psychological. I don't want to overstate what he's saying.
When did I ever say the only facts are psychological facts?
Of course, yeah.
Isn't that what he just suggested that I think?
I don't know that I'd have to go back. We can if you want. I don't know that he suggested you think that necessarily, but he's definitely trying to rule out that that's a fair way to start things.
Yeah, can you take it back?
Sure.
Are, but also about what kind of thing the explananda are. They are not just psychological facts. To assume that the only thing worth explaining are psychological facts is already to give away the game.
Yeah, I mean, I get that he's a bit animated there, but it's not clear that he's saying that's what you're doing.
It's a little weird to say that if he doesn't think that's what I'm doing. I grant that he might not think that, but there is at least a little bit of pragmatic implication that is what I think.
I'm not totally sure. Maybe we need even more context. Like sometimes I get kind of animated talking about a kind of mistake that really bothers me without actually thinking the other person is even like over.
That's true. I do that too.
Yeah, so it could be something like that. But the important thing is just you're not doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. So, question begging is a two-way street. What you're articulating seems to be equally question begging to me, which is to say, this is the thing that is to be explained. I deny that it's been established that it's the thing to explain. I mean, one of the things that's being stated is that it's intuitive that certain sorts of things are wrong and they would be wrong even if everybody thought otherwise, that sort of thing. I don't grant that. And so
what I mean by intuitive is something about my intuitions and perhaps my interlocutor, if I'm lucky. I don't give a damn about this.
So that's a really big deal. So now it looks like he's not making claims about other people. Right?
Right. It looks like he's talking about what seems to be the case for him.
And perhaps his interlocutor.
Yeah.
Yeah, although this might be for the purpose of debate, he's concerned with like what the participants find intuitive, at least.
Yeah, he might in fact think that more people believe this than him, or it's really plausible they do, or something like that. But for his position here, he's just talking about minimally what he believes, or what seems intuitive to him. Yeah. I do think you kind of are gonna. So it kind of goes back to that dilemma I was talking about at the start, though, where if this is the datum, then it's kind of like I don't know how important that is to explain, especially if I have like the opposite intuition or something like that. Like, I mean, let's think about that actually. Like, say that someone else says something that's very strange, like they perceive like weird, like goopy aura energy or something like that. Would you think that that's important to explain if we were talking about whether that strange stuff exists. If they were say that we don't have any data about what anyone else thinks, that's our only data point. How important is something like that? So how important is some because we don't know that it's not idiosyncratic. Right now, we are just starting from there is one person who reports such and such experience. How important do we think that is to account for, I guess?
Is that a non-rhetorical question?
No, I'm genuinely asking you guys. I mean, because that is what so I'm understanding the datum to be that he has a particular intuition. He doesn't want to talk about what other people believe or what's intuitive to them. He's just speaking about himself. So say that we have like no ability to give an account at all or something. Is that like some kind of fatal problem? I guess I'd have to think through exactly how this works, but my intuition is that once you start saying the datum you want to explain is some like N of one obscure psychological phenomena, it starts becoming like really not important to answer anything you say.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think it's he's saying like, oh, okay, I have this intuition, and now the work is to like give the explanation of that intuition or something like that. Rather, I think it's something more like, well, I find it, intuitive that P, I'm sort of willing to grant that P, and then like argue from there, right? Like we can make arguments and draw certain inferences on the base, on the fact that P. I'm not just trying to explain in some sense why I have the intuition that P or something like that. Right. It's like, does that make sense?
I'm not totally sure I followed. I get that he's trying to start like he wants this to be the starting point for his inquiry. Yeah, I'm not sure what else to say exactly.
Yeah.
I guess it feels like there's something to be thought through here, though, because it feels like now we're getting a bit more clear about what the datum is. It seems like we're like really boxing out some other stuff here, so it feels worth reflecting on. Like, we know that what he wants to account for is his own intuition, basically. That's what it sounded like to me. Should I like replay it?
I don't grant that. And so
no, what I mean by intuitive is something about my intuitions and perhaps my interlocutor, if I'm lucky. I don't give a damn about the public as a whole and what they think. It never matters, and it doesn't matter here.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you like? I guess I'm kind of looking for you guys to give me more to think about here, but I don't know if you have anything to say about this.
I am just puzzled. Yeah, his only concern in these discussions are his own intuitions and maybe his interlocutors. Okay, well, why should I care what his intuitions are? What? So somehow his intuitions constitute a worthwhile philosophical endeavor for me to engage with? Why?
Yeah, it's
why would they?
It's kind of making me think a bit about epistemic contextualism. It like say that, I mean, if we're entering some frame to do analysis and ask about realism, and the only piece of data we have is I always go to call him Mike Enoch, which I will probably do by accident. And I don't mean to call him Mike Enoch because that's a crazy Holocaust denier, but that Enoch is in my head like that. David Enoch. Yeah, so if the whole thing we're doing, I don't mean to straw man him either, because this sounds ridiculous, but I feel like I need to like box out the different possibilities and talk about what happens on them. If the only thing that we're trying to do is explain why he has a particular intuition, I mean, I'm not even sure that realism wins if we do that, but that does feel like we've kind of narrowed down the datum in a way that is sort of weird, and it seems kind of needlessly exclusionary of things that might point in the other direction. Like, why aren't we equally concerned about Lance's intuition or something like that?
Right, yeah. Why is the philosophical focus specifically on what is intuitive to David Enoch? And maybe he would say, no, what's relevant is conditional on me being involved in a discussion. What's relevant are my intuitions for the purposes of that discussion. Okay, well, I'm not particularly interested in that discussion. Doesn't he want to figure out what's true and not just what his personal intuitions are? Like, what? I don't understand how the only thing that would be relevant would be his own intuitions in the first place. And this is something that comes up later because, imagine if you were the only person in the world, you look out your window and you see like a giant purple object in the sky, bigger than the moon. You're the only one that sees it versus everybody sees it.
Yeah.
Aren't those relevantly different epistemic situations that call for different explanations and a different discussion entirely? Like one of them might result in you being locked in a padded room pumped full of pills, and the other might result in like you and humanity banding together to fight off the alien invasion that's actually happening. Those are very different circumstances. I don't know what he's doing here at this point. And also another thing, if all he was talking about all along was his own intuitions, would that be the impression any sane, competent English-speaking person would get from his opening statement?
Oh, I have to remember it. What's the thing he said that you think really?
The opening statement, like we talk about, like everyday judgments about. Every day.
I don't know if it's the natural interpretation. I would kind of think that indexes to more people than him. I agree, but he could be meaning my everyday judgments, I guess, and the everyday judgments I suspect other people have, but all that really matters.
Right. No, I understand that he could mean that, but look at all the points where we have to bend over backwards to figure out what he could mean, and it doesn't appear to be the most natural reading of what he says.
Sure.
So every time he says something, it looks like he's making broad empirical claims, or it looks like he's considering certain things relevant, but then he just says, no, that's not the case. No, it's not the case. No, it's not the case.
Well,
what the heck?
I want to say that there's a kind of level of there's a sense in which the most plausible theory is going to be relative, right? Like it's going to be relative to what the datum is. So like you get a certain amount of stuff that you consider data at the outset that you're trying to explain. And as you expand or contract or change the content of that starting set, different theories could emerge as most plausible, right? Now, you might think, like, I'll meet you on your turf. If you want to just have the datum be your personal intuition, I will even meet you there and argue that that is not best explained by realism. But it does seem like there's a kind of weird contracting of the datum under consideration when we do something like that, where, again, it's like, why wouldn't we care about Lance's intuition or the intuition of people broadly or some relevant group of people or something like that? Do you guys agree with what I'm saying here?
Yeah, but I'll note, he does not seem to care very much about what my intuitions are.
No, but it seems like you could return fire, and like, why can't you not care really about what his intuition? Like, I guess I'm just saying, what theory is right? What theory does the best explaining is going to be a function of what data we're trying to explain. It could be that if you really cherry pick a certain set of data and you're like, I want to explain things like 1, 200, and 8,098 and none of the things in between. It's like, okay, well, this particular theory looks really fucking good. But then maybe if you consider more things, the best looking theory just totally changes. And I guess from my point of view, it seems like I'm not clear why we would care that much about explanation in a context where the only datum under consideration is Enoch's intuitions. Does that sound right, or does it sound like I'm missing the point or something here?
It sounds right to me. Maybe I'm missing the point too.
Troy, what do you think about what I'm saying?
I think the fact to be explained is not, on his view, as I understand it, that David Enoch has the intuition that P. Rather, I'm taking it that the fact to be explained is that P in some sense, although that is read in some non-factive way. It doesn't require that P. That sounds like nonsense to me, but whatever. And the point of him pointing out that is like he's only concerned with his own intuitions, or maybe his and yours, if they can come to some agreement, is regarding just coming to agreement on the fact that that's the data to be explained, right? The data not being their intuitions, but the that P or whatever.
Okay,
Do you understand the difference there?
I'm going to try to say back some of what you said. I'm not 100% sure. So earlier I heard him say things like it seems intuitive that so and so. You want to say that's not the data that he's trying to explain, not that it seems intuitive that so and so or his intuition is so and so. You want to say the data is in some sense that so and so. In fact, he used that language earlier.
Right.
He said the data is that so and so, and you want to say the talk of intuition is coming up in some kind of like pre-datum, prior to having the datum established procedure for picking what the datum should be or something like that. That's where intuition
is something like, that's why we're willing to grant that is the data to be explained, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think this meshes well with what I'm saying. Sorry to make it all about what I'm saying, but like you agree that what theory does best is going to be a function of what the data is that we're trying to explain, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's like it's totally extremely important to like put the right data in, or else you can spit out really weird stuff on the other end. And I think we also we're I think all contextualists. I don't hear Lance explicitly use that word, but we I guess we're somewhere in that territory. I'm taking that what that body language meant there. So it seems like we think there's some level of arbitrariness. I don't know what the right word is there. To arbitrariness to what epistemic context we decide to operate in. And I kind of think like, yeah, I mean, there's some causal story about why we end up in such and such a context, but also there's stories about what context we find useful to us. And sure, there's a meta context about the finding it useful as itself in whatever. You can get into all that stuff, but I'm not sure why I would care about a context where the way we pick out data to explain is via like the kind of procedure he's talking about, or a context where, for whatever reason, the data that we are interested in explaining is the fact that P, where it's understood as he's saying it, absent anything else, like the fact that it seems to Lance that so and so. So I'm kind sorry, I'm kind of saying a lot, but it's like if we're all kind of contextual about how we do epistemology and we're picking the context we want to operate in, why would we want to pick one where that intuitive procedure, whatever it is how we pick out datum in the first place to be explained, or ignoring the question of the procedure used, why would we want to operate in a context where the datum we're trying to explain is just the fact that P, absent the kind of datum, I don't know, Lance wants to bring into the picture or something like that?
Look, yeah, it's good. So, not to preempt some of the stuff that will come up, although I'm not sure how much longer we're going to go now. But I want to draw a difference, although there's some connection between what we're doing in debate versus what we're doing, say, in epistemology, right? Or in sort of developing our own views in some sort of, or updating our beliefs in some sort of way. Well, actually, I'll sort of save that for a later discussion. There's two main points I want to say about the state as I see it right now, which is that if he's saying that this, he is asserting that here, this is the data, and we're going to have to explain this. It seems to me that there's two issues. One is, it's not clear to me what the data is meant to be. It's saying something about it's that P, so some moral sentence there, but without, in a way that's non-factive, doesn't actually require that P is true.
Right.
I'm not exactly sure what that is. But even if it seems like we could get a grasp on what that is, it seems plausible that it's going to assume something that Lance would not agree to, right? So then it seems like when you have this uncommon ground in the debate, then you have to step back and think about resolving that, or just talking about something else, right? Like, what are you supposed to do? You can't just assert something and for purpose of the debate that's not granted, and then just like move on as if that's not a problem,
right?
Right? This is a problem. Yeah. So it seems like those two things are quite serious in this case.
Yeah, right. If he narrows in the datum in this particular way and Lance objects, then we need to take a step back and we need to, I don't know, converge on the right datum before we start doing theorizing about the datum. Unless Lance just wants to go like, I could take a step back and I could fight you on what the datum actually is, and I really don't grant that that's the thing to be explained, but I'll try to beat you on your own turf anyway. But I kind of don't like that. I would prefer the acknowledging of the deck stacking kind of thing at the start, because like maybe it stacks a deck meaningfully and then I actually lose. So it's like I'd want to kind of preempt the meeting them on their own turf, at least by pointing out that I'm choosing to do that. But also it just seems like not what I care about. Like I would rather just get convergence on what we care about explaining at the start, rather than step into some weird frame I don't really care about just for the purpose of having a debate or something like that.
Right. So like if Enoch just wanted to say, look, here are the intuitions I have, that leads me to take this as data in some sense, and hopefully you could clarify what sense that is. And on that basis, I've, reasoned to this meta-ethical view. Okay, I mean, he can give a lecture if he wants, but for the purpose of debate or this discussion where some of those initial steps were not shared by Lance, then that's where the conversation has to get stuck, right? To some degree, unless you want to talk about something else. So then I don't know.
Yeah, or unless Lance wants to fight on really uneven turf for like no clear reason. He could, right? He could just say, okay, I'm just going to work with that being the datum. Now let's have a fight about it. I still think I can win, but I don't think I would want to do that, really.
Yeah, I don't like to do that.
Especially in the case where he doesn't actually believe it. So,
Right, yeah, and I wouldn't. And I could do a for the sake of argument kind of thing, but one, you flagged correctly that you could lose independent of whether your position is more defensible or not. Like, imagine I'm arguing with a theist, and then we say, okay, well, let's operate under the assumption that the resurrection of Jesus actually did occur.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to be in a really tough position if I'm going to argue like Jesus isn't God and all that kind of thing. If I grant that, so I could grant it for the sake of argument, but then I might lose an argument against a theist about whether Christianity is true or not. So there would be that. And the second is that we're just like optically, rhetorically, even if I say, okay, well, at the end of this discussion, you're right. If I grant that, then I should grant that Christianity is true. Viewers are going to look at that and go, wow, he granted Christianity is true. The typical viewer is stupid, and they're going to hear that.
Yes,
and,
good point. Yeah.
This is a funny thing to say because people are going to view this, and now I'm saying technically, hey, most of you listening are stupid. Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh well, I guess I said it. But there, but I think a lot. It's often true that viewers are stupid.
Yeah,
and they're going to lose track of that fact, and they're going to think that I lost the debate.
Yeah.
And if you need any evidence of this, go anywhere on YouTube where you or I or any of us have had a debate and see in the comments people like in one of the clips from this discussion, or no, it was a discussion I had. It wasn't with David Enoch. You have people in the discussion saying Darth Dawkins owned me and destroyed me and all this other nonsense that's just not true. You have people in the comments that sincerely believe incompetent and incredibly dumb people are like out winning debates.
Yep.
And so why am I going to concede ground that just optically speaking is really going to set me back and make me look like I lost something that I didn't really lose?
Yeah,
that was more of an idle intellectual exercise.
Like it's cool to win a fight with a handicap. If you can tie your hand behind your back and still beat someone, awesome. If no one can see your hand is tied and you just lose, it's like, wait, what? I don't know how useful an activity that was for me. And yeah, I mean, I totally agree with what you're saying. I don't know if I mentioned this as one of the reasons I wouldn't want to do it, but yeah, you can mention at the start, by the way, guys, everything I say from here on is granting an assumption that I don't actually grant. Yeah, the philosophical people, the smart people will track that you've handicapped yourself from the start and are still trying to win. No one else does. So, I mean, you're effectively doing the like boxing with a hand tied behind your head, but no one can see that you're doing that. Yep. I also want to make another point. It also seems like, don't we think that explanatory scope is like important? Like, don't we kind of think that the more things that a theory explains, the better a job it does? And I don't want to paint Enoch as unfairly restricting the datum, but it almost seems like it kind of has that effect when he says, I don't care about so-and-so. It kind of feels to me like Lance should be able to take whatever he wants and I mean, assuming Enoch doesn't disagree with it, that brings up a different kind of problem. Assuming it's an agreed upon thing, add that to the datum that we're trying to explain, right? And if Lance can add in like 5 more things to the datum, and then suddenly his theory does better, I think most people kind of think that's a better theory, because we wouldn't just want to in an unprincipled way exclude these other bits of data that, once considered, make one theory look better than the other.
But I don't have those intuitions. So now you and I, in fact, I have a contrary
Some
intuition.
people are colorblind.
Yeah, like...
Well, but...
Sorry. No, you go for it. It's fine.
No, you go ahead.
Well, it's just like he said, you're colorblind. We can talk about that and the things involved. I'm sure you can do a big thing on that. But it's just, I'm looking at a high abstract level of what's going on there. Is that the equivalent of saying that's not part of the datum? Like what's going on there? Or is that going, okay, we're granting as part of the datum that you have the other experience, and now we have our datum is I have this experience, you have this one, and we're trying to explain it, and my explanation is that you're colorblind. Or that's part of my explanation or something like that. Because then it's not going to help. You can just say the reverse thing back to him. But if he's doing the former thing where he's saying that doesn't actually get to count as part of the datum, then we're doing the kind of unprincipled restriction of the thing that we're trying to explain move, which I don't really get, because presumably we care about explanatory scope.
Yeah, it's... I think he's... I don't think there's a very principled thinking behind it. Notice how quick it was as a quip.
Yeah.
I think what he's doing is he's privileging the way things seem to him over the way things seem to me, and simply presuming that his own way of thinking, his own way of engaging the world is more epistemically on track, and that there's just something wrong with me. And this is something that I've seen from realists all the time. Like many times they've said, Lance is conceptually deficient. Maybe he has brain damage. Maybe he suffers from a mental illness. They'll float all of these things, which, by the way, what are all of those? They kind of sound like psychological hypotheses,
right.
But I thought we didn't care about empirical psychology. So does Enoch think it's irrelevant whether I'm colorblind or not? Because if he cares about empirical psychology, then it sure as hell should matter whether I'm colorblind. So he can't have it both ways. If the fact that I'm colorblind is supposed to be relevant, like analogously colorblind, like I have some conceptual or cognitive analog to colorblindness with respect to the proper intuitions, that's a psychological hypothesis. He can't possibly think both that empirical psychology is irrelevant and that what he just said about me is relevant to the dispute. So I think he has contradicted himself here.
Yeah, that seems very plausible. What I would want to do at this point in the conversation is I want clarity on what move he's making. When he says you might be colorblind, is what we're supposed to take from that therefore your opposing psychological state or whatever it was you're putting on the table, it doesn't seem to me this way. Was what we're supposed to take from that therefore that's not going into the datum, that's not something we're trying to explain? Or
how could
was
that
part of the of his explanation? Like, one of the things he does is tack on "and Lance is colorblind" to his theory, and he's accepting that he's paying a cost there in saying that. So you get what I'm getting at, right? It's like,
I do get it.
Yeah.
I think the latter is a very charitable way of reading that. I think it's far more likely it's a rhetorical swipe, and that what he's trying to do is delegitimize my disagreement with him by implying that there's something wrong with me mentally.
Yes,
it's basically saying, I think this is the equivalent of what he's saying. Yeah, some people are stupid, and you're stupid, and so we should take what you say less seriously. I think that's basically what he's doing. I think there's plausible deniability in saying some people are colorblind, but I think it's very similar to saying there's something wrong with your brain in a way that limits your ability to think clearly about this. I don't see that as meaningfully equivalent from somebody saying, look, I don't see it that way, and someone going, yeah, because you're dumb. That's what this is.
So I'm inclined to agree with that. I also think your response that you're going to give here in a moment is great, of just being like, well, maybe you're hallucinating.
Yeah.
I think that's hilarious. But I am troubled by this like higher level ambiguity about what we're doing when we're saying those things back and forth to each other. Are we trying to argue about what gets to be in the datum, or are we doing explaining and we're granting that your opposing psychological state is in the datum? I think that's important to clear up. We need
and I get that he could be doing the other thing, and that would be an entirely legitimate thing to do. But I think this is just basically an insult.
To be clear, I agree. I think that the effect of what he's doing is saying, oh, we don't even have to worry about that. Let's not even explain about that. There's something wrong with you. The datum is the thing I said. I agree with that. So when I'm laying out that set of possibilities, it's not because I'm genuinely confused about what I think he's doing. I have the same kind of interpretation that you have. It's just kind of to lay out what seems to me like the space of possibilities for what he could choose to do there. If we were to be like, okay, look, here's what you can do. Now like kind of pick one of these pathways, and then we'll like have a fight. If you want to pick the datum restricting one, then we kind of need to talk about like. Well, it's kind of like meta philosophy stuff or something, but we kind of need to talk about what are we trying to do exactly, and why are we choosing to restrict the datum like that, and am I even interested in trying to have the one hand tied behind my back fight with you? I'm not really sure about that. And then in the other case, it's like, okay, well now we can actually have a fight about what theory's better, but you have to eat the cost that you just put on the table when you say that about me. And acknowledge things like that I can just reverse it at you, and absent any empirical data, we don't have a reason to think that one explanation is like more likely than the other or something like that. So it just gets nullified. So it's kind of like make a move that gets nullified, or open yourself up for a more fundamental question about what we're even trying to do in this discussion in the first place.
Yeah. Some people hallucinate. So again, this cuts both ways. You could be hallucinating moral facts. And so if we want to resolve whether I'm colorblind or you're hallucinating, we would need to appeal to further considerations. Again, if the presumption is I'm question begging by starting with my assumptions, you would be equally question begging by starting with yours. And but why not?
Did he just
Why are you would be equally question begging by starting with yours and but he did say no. Yeah. So he gets to start with whatever assumptions he wants, and I don't. Double standards.
The only way that I can charitably interpret that is if he thinks that his statement in no way biases towards his theory, right? Like, I'm confused. Am I missing him here? Maybe I'm not understanding this.
By starting with my assumptions, you would be equally question begging by starting with yours.
Yeah, I mean that seems kind of cut and dry. It seems like okay. I would just have to know what he means. I mean.
Look specifically at what I said. I said, if it's question begging to start with my assumptions, it would also be question begging to start with your assumptions. How would he say that that's not true?
I'm honestly not sure. I don't really get it. I don't know.
Notice it was phrased as a conditional, right?
Yeah.
If starting with a particular person's assumptions is question begging, why would that only apply to me and not to him?
I mean, I'm trying
but if it applies to you and not to him, but that would just be skepticism or something.
I don't follow. What do you mean, Troy?
I'm just joking. I'm just saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm saying that if it applied if it applied both ways, then you just result in radical skepticism.
Oh,
well, we'll get to that. Well, I don't even think we're going to get to that. I think we're going to have to do a part 2. But
fuck,
yeah.
I really would like to get to that part. Do we have time to get to that? Because that I feel honestly like
that has
that's
to be
almost
soon, right?
I have about 1 hour, and then I will have to go.
Because my view on this is like that's almost the last interesting thing to get said. Like the latter part of the debate isn't honestly as interesting. I think that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
So let's just try to get to there and talk about that part, and then
I agree.
Yeah, okay.
Let's do it.
It has to be in the next 10 minutes of the debate, I think.
The next 10 minutes, did you just say, of the debate?
I think it is.
I think you're right.
It's about a 12 or 13 minute section. I just don't know where it starts.
We're getting into it right here because you're getting into the fight.
Yeah, I think it's
okay.
Why are your intuitions privileged over mine? What makes your intuitions better than mine?
Well, we need to know more about what your intuitions are. So if you said, actually, I don't see that there's anything wrong in humiliating people because of their race. That would be one kind of view. We can argue with someone who puts forward that view, although I'm not sure we can convince them. But I don't know that convincing is a necessary condition for justified belief. Or perhaps you would want to say, well, I don't think it's wrong, but not because I think it's right, just because I think that nothing is either right or wrong. Okay, that would be a different claim. I think that we're already deep into theory at this stage. It's not at the level of the phenomenon that we want saved. But anyway, there may come a point at which discussion stops, and that's that if you talk to a radical skeptic, you may very well get stuck. You won't convince them. It's not that hard, to even simulate a radical skeptic. You won't move them. I don't think that the fact that you can't as it were, force by argument the radical skeptic to your premises. I don't think that this in any way threatens your premises. It poses an interesting philosophical problem, obviously, but it does not.
So I already, we'll talk about it, but I already am just flagging, I don't like the framing where he's kind of painting you like you have a really wacky out there view. It's like just the radical skeptic, or he's not explicitly saying that. It sounds kind of like he's saying that. Just this sort of philosophical punching bag level view where like, yeah, of course someone can do that, but it's completely uninteresting. Like, I don't like the kind of framing that he's starting to get into here. I think it's like uncharitable and not a very fair way to engage.
Yeah, well, notice there's he's relying on a kind of rhetorical move here, which is it's basically a type of guilt by association. He hasn't said you are a radical skeptic yet, although he will say that. But he's implying that my view is on an epistemic par with a radical skeptic. And it's almost like saying, I express some principle or view or whatever, and you say, yeah, well, Hitler thought this way, and there's a problem with the way Hitler thinks. And so you're implying the person's view is in some sense meaningfully comparable to Hitler, and then you're hoping that that will bleed off and make the person look bad or their view look less appealing in virtue of the implied comparison without coming out and saying it. And I think it's pretty clear that he's probably using. Sorry, I shouldn't say pretty clear that he's probably. I think he's probably using rhetoric here, and I think it's kind of disappointing for a professional philosopher to do that.
Okay, so I'm not sure if it's rhetoric. I don't know. I find it actually hard to track the emotions when there's lots of pausing. I find getting the emotions easier is like just watching the whole thing with all the context. But because like if he genuinely believes that you are in some meaningful sense parallel to a radical skeptic, it's fine for him to initially gesture at that and then justify it when he's asked to do so. But I don't think that is actually the case. So I just think that the point falls apart. It could additionally
be that's true. But then so then if he's not using rhetoric, he's just making a very silly and an indefensible inference about what I think.
I think that is yeah. So that yeah.
Okay, so which is it? He's not very good at understanding of someone he's talking to in a philosophical discussion, or he's using rhetoric, because those are both very unflattering.
Yeah, I don't think that either are good. Yeah.
The justification for your premises, and this may be the case here as well. At the end of the day, your starting points have to be, just like everyone else's starting points, things that you are more confident in. And so I'm happy to start. I mean, I don't know that there are many things that I'm more confident in than the thought that it's wrong to humiliate people.
This is, we don't have to get way into this. I don't actually think your starting points really have to be things you're confident in. I'm like very relativistic about this kind of stuff. I think you could kind of like arbitrarily select starting points and look at like, it's like a computer program or something. Like, hey, if we start with these inputs, which theory comes out best? Hey, if we start with these inputs, which comes out best? You might say that the perspective that's most interesting to consider is the one where those starting inputs are things that you strongly believe or that people generally strongly believe. But I think there's not some kind of like meta. There's not some kind of rule about what you have to start from
because of their race.
Yeah, and sorry, quick. And beyond that, I don't even think about when I'm thinking about my view as a whole. I don't even think in terms of starting points. I think it's sort of not even a great description of the structure of my beliefs and attitudes. On some occasion where I'm like engaging in some investigation or reasoning process, there it might be more apt. But just generically to talk about the starting points of my view, so I just don't think that's an apt description.
You don't
in
think,
general.
Therefore you are?
Exactly.
Yeah, this is... so I actually agree with that. Okay, so I also agree with that. And this is actually an example of one of those things I mentioned where philosophers will often help themselves to background assumptions, like that you... In this case, he seems to think that you need to settle some kind of starting point in order to engage in inquiry. Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure that you do. I'm not entirely sure how he got to the point where he just presumes that that's something you need to do. Someone might try to have this reductio. How could you start without a starting point? But as a pragmatist, I would make some kind of reference to like Neurath's bow, and I would make a point about how the fact that by the time I'm thinking about anything, I already have a bunch of commitments. I already have a bunch of theoretical views. I don't actually see philosophical inquiry as like a game where we start from some starting position, like a game of chess, where we have to reset everything to an initial position and then proceed. I think we're stuck on the boat. We're already in the process of having thought about things for a very long time by the time we ever start considering this, and that there is no way to escape that or even simulate escaping that in principle that's worth pursuing. And so I think the whole attempt to try to find some starting point is a waste of time, and it's not how I do inquiry. As a matter of descriptive fact, nor is it how I think we should do inquiry, nor do I think that I'm obliged to grant that it must be how we start inquiry without an argument, and to have somebody just say, well, if you don't do it my way, then you can't do anything. Well, okay, well, I'm just going to do it, and so you could say that all you like, I'm just going to do what I want anyway. You know, sometimes philosophers will say you can't do this unless you do that. And then you could just go do this and not do that, and so apparently they're wrong. It's like if somebody tried to actually appeal to Zeno's paradox or something and say, unless you could solve this math problem, you're unable to take a step. There's a very easy way of demonstrating they're wrong, and that's to take a step.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree with all of that. I mean, I think that, I don't want to totally say that he's like, assuming some kind of foundationalism or something like that, but I guess just, it just feels worth saying, like, I don't think that, I'm not convinced that foundationalism gives you a good, like, psychological model of what people are doing. I'm not sure it's a useful philosophical tool to kind of try to use. Again, like, I'm just very pragmatic. I'm very relativistic about this kind of stuff. There's starting points in the sense that Troy was talking about, I think, where it's like, hey, we're going to argue. Let's, like, pick where we're starting from, because if we're not clear about that, it just becomes really ambiguous and weird. But yeah, I mean, I think we just look at which things follow or are raised in probability, whatever. You can be more technical about it. You look at kind of what things follow from other things, and you get different pictures that emerge. You know, if you have these kind of things, you end up with these other kind of things. If you have these kind of things, you end up with these other kind of things. And then there's just facts about the different kind of sets of beliefs. Like maybe this one is, maybe this set of beliefs is the one that I naturally have. Maybe this is the one that people generally naturally have. Maybe this one isn't natural to us, but it actually has like a huge amount of practical utility for some kind of thing we want to do. So it's like worth adopting some of the time. I think very much like this. I don't actually. So psychologically, not sure foundationalism is good. As a way to think, not sure it's good. Just starting points in the sense of we argue with each other in context, and then we select which context to operate in. Well, we don't really select, just causal a lot of the time, but we can also, select for a given purpose to operate in a given context because it has some utility to us.
Of a number of examples. You mentioned in your opening statement the fact that you have a beef with some anti-realists who grant too much, right? Who will say something like, "Well, I understand," but it would be interesting to ask, why do they do that? So it's possible, of course, that they've been so heavily influenced by my folk that they are now hallucinating with us. Or you may think that it shows something rather deep about what is extremely plausible and worth accommodating.
I thought he only cared about what he thinks and not what other people think. Seems like he cares about what other people think and thinks I should too.
I'll be right back.
Should we keep going with the video?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, as I say, at the end of theory, we'll see. But the thought that there's this symmetry, that there's no more question begging to saying the only thing that we need to explain is why we think this way. There's nothing interesting to explain about the content of what we think. Or that there's nothing more question begging or more problematic question begging about this than about starting with, very basic normative statements that we take to be rather plausible. I reject that symmetry, even if you happen to be on its wrong side.
Okay. I mean, I don't think you've given reasons to reject the symmetry or arguments. So I think there is a symmetry here. I don't think it's been shown that there's any privileged status of your own intuitions or your own way of framing things relative to my own. Now, if we wanted to start doing something like counting up the people on one side or another, like if we want to start talking about anti-realists, we're starting to make sociological and empirical claims, and then I'm going to revert back to saying, okay, well, now we need to look at the psychological factors that account for why some people would have these intuitions and some people would have those intuitions.
Sure.
And then the numbers are going to start to matter. So, it can't be the empirical considerations don't matter and, you would appeal to them. I'm not sure that you're doing that.
I did not appeal to
but
them.
well, I mean, you pointed out that, maybe these anti-realists, there's something that they find plausible, but maybe there's not. And the issue here is I'm not seeing a reason not to think that there is symmetry here, that the presumption, just to be clear, and I didn't say this in the conversation, he raised the fact that there might be some non-negligible number of other people that hold a particular position to be relevant to prompting me to reconsider my own position. So I don't think it makes sense for him to say what other people think is irrelevant and then appeal to what other people think in a way that's clearly relevant. So once again, I do think he's just being straightforwardly inconsistent.
Maybe
That the phenomena that you claim is the phenomena is in fact phenomena to be explained. I don't think I haven't seen a good argument for that. I haven't seen a good reason to think that that is something I ought to grant at the outset of inquiry, rather than something that I ought to reject at the outset of inquiry.
Have you ever seen any good argument to the conclusion that anything is worth explaining? These are starting points. You don't start with arguments from them. You have to start somewhere. The place you start with here, just as everywhere else, is with stuff that seems plausible to you. And
notice, and this is what's very critical, we're moving into the phase where he goes into he tries to accuse me of being a radical skeptic. Notice specifically what he says there. How do you take it back a few seconds, by the way? Oh, it's this. Okay. Take a look.
Starting points. You don't start with arguments from them. You have to start somewhere. The place you start with here, just as everywhere else, is with stuff that seems plausible to you. And you start.
So I think David made a mistake here, and I think it started here. He's saying this as if he thinks I disagree or that I'm saying something contrary to this, that you start with what seems plausible to you. Now, I'm not sure that you do, but this is a case where I did effectively grant this for the sake of argument. Let's say that you start with what seems plausible to you, to put it in his words. Okay, my point here is that what seems plausible to me is different from what seems plausible to David. Yeah. And so it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for David to insist that we must start inquiry with what seems plausible to him rather than what seems plausible to me. That there's no reason to privilege any particular person's starting point over any other starting point. That is not the claim. And at no point did I ever say, in order to have a starting point of any kind at all, you must have arguments, reasons, or evidence to have a starting point. That wouldn't even make sense because how could it be a starting point if you have to have arguments, reasons, or evidence for it? I never made that claim. I don't think that. I didn't say anything that I think even implies that. And I think it should be clear from context that what I'm saying is, David, I don't see why we should privilege how things seem to you over how they seem to me. I'm not at all disputing, even though I think I could, that we need a starting point and that we should start with how things seem to us. What I'm saying, and the only thing I'm saying, is that if we're going to start an inquiry, there's no particular reason to start with how things seem to David Enoch rather than how they seem to anybody else. And so if you want to operate under the principle, you should start with how things seem to you, fine. Then I am entitled to start with how things seem to me. And it seems to me that moral anti-realism and normative anti-realism is false. And so that's my starting point. And David doesn't seem to want to accept this. Remember when I said I had intuitions contrary to his, he says, oh, well, some people are colorblind. He seems to want to delegitimize how things seem to me, while at the same time espousing a principle that you begin with how things seem to you. He can't have it both ways. So I think David misinterpreted me. He persisted in the misinterpretation for some time before relenting. He misinterpreted me in a situation where I don't see any good reason for him to have done so. I don't think I was particularly unclear. And I think he's got double standards here. I think he's
Lance,
being
the
inconsistent
misinterpretation was what? That you're saying your starting point is privileged?
No, I think he misinterprets me to be saying in order to justify any particular starting point, you have to offer reasons, arguments, or evidence for why you're justified in beginning with that starting point. That's the kind of principle he seems to attribute to me later, which we'll get to. But I never said that. The only thing I'm saying is you're not giving me arguments, reasons, or evidence for why I should start with your starting point.
Right. I think that this connects to something Troy was going to maybe say earlier, but then said he would talk about later. So maybe it's the same point. You started making some distinction between what you do in debate versus when you're doing, I don't know, like your own epistemology or something like that. And and when you're reasoning for yourself, you might kind of start with what seems intuitive to you or something like that. We could talk about whether it makes sense to have starting points or whatever, but there's a way I could understand that. But it would be insanely weird to do that in debate. And if you just make it really explicit, it seems hilarious. Like, yeah, well, the way we begin a debate is by starting with what's intuitive to me. Like nobody would say that. Is that the kind of distinction you were bringing up earlier, Troy, when you're talking about like what you do in epistemology versus when you're having a debate with somebody?
Yeah, so roughly. So like, there's a difference, I think, although some similarities, perhaps, between what's sort of admissible as an assumption or a starting point in developing our own beliefs and views. So what's admissible to our own epistemology, perhaps, and what's admissible in some particular discussion or debate. It might be that, like if he wants to provide some argument in some debate, that his argument makes some assumptions that's not granted, and then there's a further question of resolving the dispute there. And so it might not be admissible sort of in the debate for him to just assert that and just proceed as if it's common ground. There's a difference between what's admissible in a debate in that sense and what's sort of admissible, so to speak, in developing or fleshing out your beliefs. I think you have to draw some distinction there. Maybe you just draw it slightly differently than I did, but it seems to me like he's sort of conflating them, like as if you're not willing to grant his starting points in the debate, then absent some argument, then you're sort of committed to thinking that unless I could rule out any other or all other starting points or all other beliefs apart from the ones that I hold, then I'm not at all justified in any of the beliefs that I hold. That just doesn't follow from the claim about the debate or the discussion. So I don't know. I think that's the conflation there, or the error there.
Yeah, and to Lance's point, so I went to the bathroom and then missed the start of what he's saying, so I might be misunderstanding you, but it sounds like you think the thing, correct me if I'm wrong, the thing you think that's being unfairly attributed to you is basically like kind of what Troy talked about at the end there. It's that what for any starting point in debate, or I guess it's kind of unclear, but I guess when you're debating, whatever a starting point is, excuse me, you need to be able to give some kind of argument for it. That's the principle that you think he's misattributing to you for whatever starting point you use.
Yeah,
to debate, you need to be able to argue for it.
Right. So I said something like, you haven't given any arguments, reasons, or evidence for why we should start with how things seem to you. And he overgeneralized from that some sort of principle I endorsed, which is the principle you cannot be justified in starting with any starting point unless you could offer arguments, reasons, or evidence for it. And so if I wanted to start, like, for example, I wanted to say things seem this way to me, like my personal seemings or plausibility claims, I want to start with my own. And then I would have to be consistent with my principle, saying, no, I can't even start with my own how things seem to me or what is plausible to me unless I could give you an argument, reasons, or evidence to do so. I never articulated a principle like that. This was entirely self-contained to the discussion between he and I, where all I'm saying is that if you have two people and one of them says you should start with what seems plausible to you personally, it doesn't make sense for that person to then insist, and therefore the way that you should start inquiry is what seems plausible to me personally, regardless of how it seems to you personally, even if it seems the opposite. In other words, it seems to me that not P, it seems to David that P. David seems to think that I should start with the presumption that P. So it seems to him that P, it seems to me that not P, and for some reason we should both start with the assumption that P. That's what David seems to think. And he seems to think I'm somehow not entitled to start with not P, even if it seems that way to me, even though he just said that you have to start somewhere, and that where you start is how things seem to you. In other words, to yourself.
Right.
What the hell? What is he even talking about? I don't know what is going on here or how he could possibly be so tripped up over things. But it looks like he himself, like, not only did I never express a principle that committed me to radical skepticism, but he actually made claims that immediately contradicted the principle he himself endorsed. So he endorses the principle, you should start with what seems plausible to you. And he thinks I should not start with what seems plausible to me. I should start with what seems plausible to David Enoch. Or alternatively, maybe David Enoch does not think I should start with what seems plausible to him. He might think that there's some sort of like objective fact, independent of how things seem to us personally, about what is plausible or not, and I need to start with that. But it sounds totally insane, because if the principle is you should start with what seems plausible to you, that really looks like a response-dependent claim where what seems plausible to you fundamentally turns on facts about your own psychology. And so to then turn around and say, no, actually, it doesn't turn on facts about your psychology, that wouldn't make any sense. And so I think it's another lose-lose for him. If he thinks that I have to start with how things seem to me independent of facts about my own psychology, that's incoherent, doesn't make any sense. If he thinks I need to start with how things seem to him, that's inconsistent with the principle, and that doesn't make any sense. So I don't think there's any viable reading of what he's saying in this conversation that is remotely defensible.
Yeah, I did he say the radical skepticism thing when I was
not yet? No.
Okay.
So we got to get to that now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Start more confidently with the stuff that seems more plausible to you. And I understand that it may not seem plausible to you, in which case you may be stuck in an epistemic pit without an ability to bring you out of there by sheer argumentation. That may be.
So the point here.
What's the epistemic? Is the epistemic pit just that he can't? That you won't come to his view? Is that the pit?
Yes, apparently. Yeah. The epistemic pit is that. So, like, let's suppose realism is true. If I start with it seeming to me that realism is not true, he's suggesting I might be in an epistemic pit that will somehow bar me from being able to come to his view. That's just false to begin with. What matters is where I end up at the end of inquiry, not where I start. Like like a person could start out believing the Earth is flat, and just because they start out that way doesn't mean they're incorrigible and incapable of believing it's not flat. So why would it follow that if I start with it seeming that realism is not true, that I'm somehow in an epistemic pit? That doesn't follow. So what he's saying isn't even true on what are plausibly his own terms, but then also it's just an inaccurate description of what I'm doing in the first place. He's like compounding his mistakes, where he's making one mistake on top of another.
Yeah, but
it's just as wild.
A bit more generally, right? So suppose we have this this notion of a quote unquote epistemic pit that's more modest, like which is plausible to say that if your intuitions go against what's actually the case, it's going to be maybe a little bit harder, at least, for you to come to the truth because your intuitions are in the opposite direction. Okay, right? let's if that's the case here, say moral realism is true, and you have anti-realist intuitions. Yeah, okay, it's going to be harder for you to come to the truth, perhaps, right? Maybe not. Maybe it works out more efficiently, but you might expect it to be harder on average. But what does that get us here, right? That's just to say, if moral realism is true, then it's going to be harder for you. But if more anti-realism is true, it's going to be harder for him. How does this help this conversation?
Right. He's still treating it like there's an asymmetry that favors him over me. And why would that be true? So if all he's saying here is something very modest, like, if your intuitions are contrary to the truth, it will be harder for you to get to the truth than if they're not. I mean, obviously that's true. So what a trivial point to make in a discussion. Like, hey, if you start out closer to the truth, it's easier to get to the truth than if you don't. Okay,
it's only relevant if he's just like we're just granting and he's closer to the truth, right? Like, and I don't.
It's the same as the colorblind thing. It's just like, if you say colorblind, I say hallucinating. If you say I'm in a pit, I say you're in a pit. Like, it doesn't really...
But see, notice there's, ironically, a meta-asymmetry here. All I'm trying to do is establish symmetry. He's denying symmetry. And so he's rejecting attempts on my part to say, look, we stand in a neutral epistemic or like an equal epistemic standpoint here. There's no reason to privilege one of our perspectives over the other, and he's insisting that there is. And he's rejecting my attempts that there is by constantly reframing things in ways that asymmetrically favor his own point of view, without arguing for or justifying it. He just insists on it. It's really weird.
So I hear you. You think he's arguing for asymmetry in terms of starting points. His is privileged, yours not, and you're just trying to argue for symmetry. That seems so obviously a wrong thing to do that it makes me double take if I'm maybe misunderstanding him, because that would just be just so blatantly incorrect way to think. God, I don't know. Like, are we maybe missing something there? And this isn't what he's doing. He doesn't actually think, he's not arguing for an asymmetry. He's meeting you symmetrically, and somehow I must be bending over backwards, I guess, but maybe he somehow is starting from a symmetric place, and then he thinks that he's offered something to break the symmetry in his favor, like kind of like what Troy was talking about earlier with the, like, maybe he thinks there's this pre-datum establishing intuition procedure or something, and that favors his starting point or something. I don't even know.
But the point is that
Maybe, I don't know.
those pre-data intuitions are opposing for the interlocutors in question. So, like, I don't know, Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, if what he, it sounds so obviously wrong that I can't bring myself to attribute it to him. So I just, all I'm gonna say is, if what he's doing is just saying that he has a privileged starting point, it's just completely unclear to me why that would be the case.
That may be somewhat unfortunate, but it does not threaten this position. So if I may talk above your head for a second to Miles or to anyone who's watching this, right? The question is the following. What do you find more plausible as a starting point? That it's wrong to humiliate people simply because of their race, and that it was wrong even when many of us thought otherwise? Or that blah, 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 psychology, blah, 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 fill in the details, right? I don't mean blah, 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 put in those terms, right? Whatever, right? It seems to me very clear that that is a much more plausible starting point, and you start there.
Yeah, what's that mean, though? Is, again, like, we're same themes. Is that a claim about what most people will think when he talks about it being a plausible starting? I don't know how to understand him when he's saying something like that. What's it mean for one to be more yes, I don't know.
Is he just appealing to the Miles and the audience's intuitions here? I don't know. I'm not sure what the remarks were meant to achieve.
Yeah, I mean,
and why would that be? Why would that be dialectically relevant to me? So let's say he appeals to them, and they happen to agree with him, and they think things seem the way he thinks they seem.
Yeah, he's acknowledging that, though, Lance. He started by saying, "Let me talk over your head for him." I'm interpreting that as saying this is not meaningfully going to interact with you from your own point of view, but it's something for the audience and for Miles. So I think he is acknowledging that. Did you catch what he said at the outset there?
Yeah, is that what that is intended to head off?
I think so. I think he's saying, like, I think it's basically like, look, this Lance guy's maybe kind of wild, but let me just talk to everyone else here who's got the normal brains going on. What seems more plausible to all you guys? So I think.
But why couldn't I say the same thing?
You could.
How is that helping him?
You could. The only thing I was responding to was just the part where you said that doesn't interact with me, and I think he's acknowledging that it doesn't interact with you. I don't know why I wouldn't. I don't.
Well,
know.
then why the hell is he talking about it?
To be more persuasive to them?
It's very,
I don't know.
I don't know. It's a little strange in a conversation. Imagine you and I are having a debate and I say, like, hold on, Isaac, I don't want to debate with you. Let me just try to convince the audience how right I am.
Well,
it's a little strange.
I mean, I do that sometimes. Like, if I'm talking to some crazy person, say we're arguing about veganism, and say that they end up biting the bullet on some thing, just like, slaughtering a ton of children or something. Like, people do this. I might just say, okay, well, look, I'm going to kind of bow out of the debate here. I don't really think there's anything I could say to you, but to all the people listening, if you don't think that it's okay to slaughter children, you probably don't agree with this guy's position. I might do something like that.
Right, but see, I understand it in that context. What would be the motivation for doing it in this context?
Presumably something similar. Like, he's probably thinking that. I don't know. I think he's just trying to be persuasive to those people and not to you.
But he's trying to convince them what? That you start with how things seem to you? I wasn't even arguing against that.
He must be saying that he said he's talking about the specific seeming, though. He's talking about that it's wrong and would always be wrong, rather than blah 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 psychological thing.
Yeah. Again, though, why? It's just a weird thing to bring up. I don't know. I think it's a little weird, but okay.
Well, I mean, it's probably because you're looking at it from the perspective of you're interacting with him, and you're just going, okay, like, you just talked to the audience for a second, but like, what are you going to say to me now, though? We're the ones having the conversation. Okay, I'm going to play it.
Blah, 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 fill in the details, right? I don't mean blah, 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 put in those terms, right? Whatever, right? It seems to me very clear that that is a much more plausible starting point, and you.
Yeah, so I don't know how he means plausible when he says that. I'm not totally sure I understand it sounds kind of like a vague gesture at his view just being somehow in some sense better or something. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't sound to me like he's simply saying, look, you start with how things seem to you. It certainly seems this way to me. And hey, audience, I think it'll seem this way to you too. I think he's actually trying to say my way of starting with how things seem is better than yours.
My way of starting with how things seem is better than, but aren't you? I thought you were both starting with. I'm not sure I understand that. I guess
I think he's trying to say, hey, everybody, my way of starting with how things seem to me at the outset of inquiry is somehow privileged over how things seem to Lance at the outset of inquiry.
I think so. I mean, I think he's kind of going like, hey, you all agree with me or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I think what you'd really want to do is just kind of talk about the empirics there. Like, at least if he's talking to you about it, like, is that actually where people are starting from?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's possible that I'm radically mistaken in all of my starting points. Sure, let's talk evil demons some other day. As long as we don't.
Again, I don't like that. I mean, it is functioning like rhetoric, even if that's not his intention.
Right, he's implying my view is comparable to some evil demon skepticism view, and it's not.
Right, and I think to me, I don't want to psychologize too much. I'm sure Enoch is a nice guy, but that kind of stuff always feels a bit to me like an emotional lash out because there's like nothing to really grab onto. It's just like, oh, you're like crazy skeptic, fucking this and that. It's like, okay, like. But what's the actual problem with what I'm saying? And no, I'm not. That's not my view.
Go down that route. What we're doing is starting with what seems most plausible to us.
Seems most plausible to us. Well, you are doing that, and he is doing that. And what's the further thing he's trying to say? That I don't know. Like everyone else shares his starting point. If so,
his
that's
whole framing here.
Thing.
Yeah, his whole framing here seems to be presenting it like there's some like problem with what I'm doing, but I'm not even disputing that.
No, you're not objecting to the basic methodology of quote like starting, at least in a debate, with what's plausible to you. It's the content of what's plausible that you're
exactly
not meeting him on. And yeah, I mean, if he it's just kind of weird. Like I'm just not clear what he's doing when he says my starting point is more plausible to than yours. Is he saying that everyone else would view it that way, or is he? I don't know. I'm really not sure what to make of that, I guess. And if he is saying something about everyone else would share that point of view, or maybe he's not saying that, but he's just kind of assuming it and then just talking to them and saying, "Hey, you all agree." Or something. I don't know. I don't really get it. I just feel like what I would actually want to see him do is either just take both your starting points equally into consideration and then show his theory does better, or have an argument with you about the starting points and really somehow establish that his is the appropriate one to start from. Or even just ask if we can, just for the sake of argument, start from his or something like that.
He doesn't do any of those things. He just insists that his starting point is the best starting point, and I'm there's something wrong with my brain or something.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just kind of unacceptable.
I do think we're not going to get through this, though. Because I got about 15 minutes, so we better get through this.
Right. But what seems most plausible is that it's not the case that things would be wrong even if we thought otherwise. So we start with my view. Like
no, that's a possible way.
You could appeal to people. I could appeal to people too.
Of course you can, but
there's a symmetry there. There is a symmetry there. If you're saying this is like our starting points are not something for which we give arguments or reasons or that sort of thing, then you don't have any arguments or evidence or reasons to prioritize your starting point over mine. I'm not denying you could start wherever you want. So can I.
Notice what I say there. I'm not denying you can start wherever you want. Right. And I made it very explicit that I'm saying I am not, all I'm saying, right, is you haven't given reasons to prioritize how things seem to you over how they seem to me.
Yeah.
That's going to be important for what he says later.
Yep.
So can I. And if we want to put the positions on an even playing field by saying we're both entitled, sort of dialectically, to start from what seems cool.
You are assuming that from the fact that that there comes a point at which we cannot offer reasons for our starting points, that all starting points are created equal. That
That's
they are
not something I'm assuming. What I'm saying is you have not articulated arguments, evidence, reasons, or any sort of justification
I grant
for
you
treating
that.
your starting point as privileged over my starting point. And so
grant you
both
that,
starting point.
but I
Okay,
say
so
that
then why would we start with yours instead of mine?
because they are so much more plausible. And
Yeah, but what's that mean? I haven't given any argument, evidence, consideration. Presumably, plausibility is some kind of consideration, but how are we exactly supposed to understand his being more plausible? That is mysterious to me.
Yeah, and notice the reason why. So I complain. He hasn't given a reason to start with what seems plausible to him. And his reason is that we start with what seems plausible to him rather than what seems plausible to me because what seems plausible to him is more plausible.
Yeah.
What the hell? What is that, meta plausibility?
Yeah, exactly. If he's just repeating that it's plausible to him, that's not really answering what you're saying. If he's invoking some higher notion of plausibility, what does that mean? We need to clarify that. Yeah.
Right. So imagine it's like, hey, what should we start with, P or not P? Now, if it's the former, as you described, he would say, well, we start with P because P. Or we start with the fact that it seems plausible that P because of the fact that it seems plausible that P. Which would make no sense. Or if he's saying, well, the reason we start with P over not P is because on meta-plausible grounds, like meta P, given meta P, P is more plausible than not P. And is he what is that based on? So he says we start with what seems plausible to him over what seems plausible to me because what seems plausible to him is more plausible. What the hell? What is that?
Yeah. Let's try to get to the radical skepticism bit.
Okay.
But I don't agree with that. That's what I'm disagreeing. My position is more plausible. Yours is the unplausible.
I understand that you disagree, and there is a symmetry only in the very superficial sense in which there's always symmetry for any proposition P between P and not P. You can insist on P. You can insist on not P. You can say that P is a clear and distinct thought. You can say that about not P. That is true across the board. What you are assuming is that unless a reason or an explicit argument can be offered for why one starting point is better than another, it is not. And
yeah, so I never made that assumption. And this is where he makes a mistake. I never said that, never made that assumption. Did you hear me say that anywhere?
No, it doesn't sound like you've put out some general principle that's going to cut across the board and screw with all inquiry. It just sounds like you're having a conversation with him specifically. He wants to put something on the board as a starting point. You want to put something on the board, and you're saying, look, if we're going to have a discussion with each other, I want to understand why I should favor your thing.
Yep.
And I don't think this stuff is really very usually controversial in debate. Maybe it's just that the topic is really abstract and crazy, but I think we just normally try to start with things we both agree on and then reason from there. Or if we can't agree on it, we can throw in that it seems that way to you and it doesn't seem that way to me. Then because we agree.
Yeah, or find the root of it. Or if we don't find agreement, find the root of the disagreement, and maybe that can be helpful anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, well, just another thing is, I don't think I was very unclear about that fact. So I don't know how he made this misinterpretation.
Let's try to get to the radicals. I think we can get there.
Okay. Fair enough.
I say is that premise is false, and furthermore, clearly false, and also in our context, uninteresting. It's uninteresting in our context because if you do assume that, you end up with the most radical of skepticisms after a second. It has nothing to do with metaethics. It has nothing to do with morality.
I'm not a radical
skeptic. It has nothing to do with of course you are, because there is
I'm
nothing.
not. I'm not a radical skeptic.
There is no way.
I'm simply saying a particular thing seems plausible to you, doesn't seem plausible to me.
No.
And so why would we start with how things seem plausible to you?
Here's why you are a radical skeptic. Although you may not recognize this, but maybe we'll make progress on this.
I want to flag another thing here that's important since we're at the good stuff now. Later on, he just claims that I'm committed to radical skepticism. And there were people in the comments saying he didn't say you were a radical skeptic. He said you were committed to radical skepticism.
Yeah.
No, he said I was a radical skeptic twice and only later amended that. And of course, he's permitted to amend things. So I'm happy to take his canonical view to be that I'm committed to radical skepticism, not that I am I endorse or believe skepticism. And later on, I think he retreats further. And so I'm happy to have him say whatever his canonical perspective is. But at this point in the conversation, at least, he was very clearly saying, I am a radical skepticism, not simply that I'm committed to it.
Yeah, and he could mean even right now that you're committed and he's just being unclear or something like that. But you're well within your bounds to interpret him like he's talking about your beliefs and just say that's not a belief I have, rather than that's not an entailment of something else, I believe.
Yes, it's at least not clear.
I think,
because so the first time he says I'm a radical skeptic, he just says it, and so it's at least ambiguous what he means. Although I think the more natural interpretation is that I am a radical skeptic, not merely that I'm committed. The second time he mentions it, he makes a follow-up remark that implies commitment, but it's still not entirely clear. And only the third time when he brings it up does he make it clear that he's talking about commitment.
Right.
yeah, and later on, although we're not going to get to that now, I think he softens it to something like, not that you're committed to radical skepticism per se, but that like you're committed to some sort of agnosticism between skepticism and non-skeptical views or something like that. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Right. From like radical skeptic to committed to but not actually believe radical skeptic to some kind of like analogous or similar view or inability to separate or say something's better than radical skeptic. So it's like a gradual pushing back of what he's saying there. So, I mean, I think so Lance, you said you have to go at 5:30. Was that it?
So yeah, whenever my wife gets home.
Oh, okay. Well, if it's, I thought it was a super strict, like you just have to turn it off at that point. I guess let's just keep playing then. Because I was going to say we have enough to probably just riff out the radical skeptic thing, but we could just watch through it, I guess.
Yep.
The radical skeptic says something like, you can't know anything, no belief is justified, something along these lines. You offer, or sorry, not you, I offer an argument. I start with things like, but here's a hand, or do you agree at least that there is something out there? Or do we agree that our belief that 2 + 2 = 4 is justified, or something along these lines? And the radical skeptic, if they're worth their money at all, is going to say, no, of course I don't agree with any of that. And then at some point I'm going to say, look, but this is really extremely plausible as a starting point. And they're going to say, well, to me, what's extremely plausible as a starting point is that no belief is justified. Plug in, let's call it the Lance premise, which says that unless some reason can be given for why one starting point is better than another, they are to be treated equally.
Yeah, and we all understand not a general principle Lance is committed to. He's saying something a lot more specific about what starting points we're going to use in this specific discussion with each other.
And notice how he just reframes it as like the Lance premise, even though I never said that, and I rejected it when he attributed it to me. And Isaac, would you ever do that in a conversation with somebody where you say, I think you have this principle, and they say, no, I don't endorse that principle, and then like 30 seconds later say, well, according to your principle?
No, if I actually believe they held it, or I didn't really like psychologically latch on to the moment where they denied it, maybe, but no, I would not consciously and knowingly do that. No. So I'm kind of devil's advocating a bit here, where it could be that he just didn't really register you saying that, and he's not realizing he's reattributing to you a thing that you have said you don't believe. But no, nobody should do that if they have clearly heard what you said.
Yeah, well, and what I think is actually going on is that he thinks I am unknowingly committed to it. And look, again, I don't like psychologizing, but I'll do a little bit of it here. I suspect he thinks he's just generally better at philosophy than me, and that I'm a bit naive, and that he's kind of educating me on the fact that sometimes people just don't realize they're committed to things. And it never really occurred to me that I'm committed to radical skepticism, but I am.
Yeah.
And so I think there's something a bit condescending going on here, where I think he's operating from the presumption that he has a better sense of what I'm philosophically committed to than I do. And I don't think that he would be very responsive to me saying the same about him. So right. I do think that there's a condescending asymmetry implicit in what he's saying. Yeah. If I could be completely wrong about that. He could tell me I'm wrong about that. That's the impression I have.
No, I mean, if to the degree that condescension is happening, I could understand why he would condescend if he genuinely had that belief. I mean, I think it would be kind of needless. You don't really need to do that to somebody. But given that you do not have any such belief, it doesn't seem very reasonable for him to be talking to you in that kind of way. I agree.
But, of course, I readily grant I could be entirely wrong about that. He could have a very positive attitude towards me. I don't really know what he thinks. I will say overall, his vibe in the conversation comes off as very animated, and I didn't really interpret that as super hostile. Like me, I don't even know. I'm ambivalent. So sometimes I've listened because I've re-listened to this a few times. Sometimes it feels like maybe he's being aggressive or a little hostile. Sometimes maybe I just think he's being animated. I can't really tell.
Yeah, I mean, I again, like we made a few little psychological guesses here or there, like, oh, I'm not quite sure if that thing is rhetoric or whatever, but like overall, he's not entering territory where I would be like, okay, that is like an inappropriate way to behave. Or
No,
something.
he's not crossing any serious lines here. I don't think.
He's and being animated is fine. I like when people are animated, but yeah, I think he just has made some faulty assumptions about you and said some things that kind of serve to be more rhetorical than actually like potent or meaningful in the actual I don't know how to say this. They're not like actually useful for the discussion. So that might all be unintentional, but these things are just not very helpful, and I would sort of try not to do them.
Stuck! Which means that your premise immediately leads to the most radical skepticism, which means both things. First, that it's false, and that second, that it has nothing to do with metaethics.
Yeah, that just doesn't follow. I'm not a radical skeptic. Look, here's a hand. So I'm not a radical skeptic.
You are committed to radical skepticism. You're just being inconsistent.
I'm not committed to radical skepticism. Look, I know what my own commitments are. I know what I think better than
you don't know.
So it's not really...
Wait. You never know what your commitments are. If I believe P and I believe...
Notice this. You never know what your commitments are, but he knows what my commitments are.
Yeah, I think there might be some confusion here. Like by commitments, he's talking about things that are entailed basically from.
Yeah, no, I know, right? So, like technically speaking, there's like an arbitrarily large number of conjunctions that I'm committed to. Like I think squirrels exist and that penguins exist. And I've never entertained consciously until now the proposition both squirrels and penguins exist, but I am committed to that.
Yeah.
And so the sense of like commitment, logical entailment of the things you believe that he talks about here, I definitely grant that. And I wish I had been more explicit in the conversation that I don't need a lecture on this. I understand that. And that what I'm saying there when I say I know what my commitments are, I think he interpreted that as me saying something like, I have knowledge of what all of my commitments are, which would be totally psychotic and an insane thing for someone to think. I don't think that. And that's my fault for not being more explicit. What I'm saying here is that given that I have greater knowledge of my beliefs and philosophical views, I am in a better position to recognize what I'm philosophically committed to than he is.
I think
that's really what I think.
What it looks to me like is just a very subtle little social thing happens here. I think that you very seamlessly switch from talking about what you like have like a first order belief. Maybe I don't know the right term, but like you're talking about what you know that you believe. You're talking about that. You're like, I'm not a skeptic. Here's my hand. Like I denounce that belief. And he's like, no, your commitments. And then you basically seamlessly switch to saying, I'm not committed either. Like, I know the kind of things that I believe. I have just as good a sense as you of like where they lead to. But I think what's happening is he's interpreting you. Maybe he's not quite doing what you said, where he's interpreting you like you know the whole set of things, but he's interpreting you, I think, like you're saying, I can tell that I don't consciously believe that, so I'm not committed to that. And he's going like,
yeah, no, you might think that, but yeah, I don't think that either. So
yeah, either way,
don't.
It's just wrong. You don't believe it, and you don't have it and go, yes, this is a belief I have. That first order belief, whatever. You don't have that, and you also, for all you can tell, and you're in just as good a position as him to tell this, or he could give some argument to the contrary. Can't see how you're committed to it either, as some extension of things that you believe.
Well. Yeah, I do think that there is an asymmetry here, which is that he thinks I'm committed to it because he thinks I believe some principle, but I don't believe the principle. And I know that I don't believe the principle. And so, look, you can't just say, it wouldn't make sense to say you just have these commitments and I just know you do. Any inferences he makes about my commitments have to be predicated on something about what I've said or what I've done or something like that. And he's made an inference that I have a certain belief that commits me to radical skepticism, but he's wrong about what he thinks I believe. Mm-hmm. And I know better than he does what I think. And so I know better, in virtue of that, what I would be likely to be committed to. Like if someone thinks I'm a Christian and I know that I'm not a Christian, it wouldn't make sense for them to insist I'm committed to the resurrection of Jesus, If I'm like, but I'm not a Christian and you mistakenly think I am, and the reason you're wrong about what I'm committed to is because you're wrong about what my beliefs are, I do have better access to my beliefs, so I do have better knowledge of what my commitments are.
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about.
I agree with all that. I just think that what accounts psychologically here for why he's kind of talking to you like you're missing something obvious is I think that he thinks that you're making the move of saying, I can tell I don't believe it, so I'm not committed to it.
Right. Yeah, I do think he thinks that, and I don't think that would be insane.
No, obviously. And I think it's partially just that you seamlessly switched from talking about one to the other, which is fine to do. I just don't think he detected.
Right, but that's because I don't have a problem with understanding what commitments are. Right. And I think he immediately made the reverse inference, which again, notice there's a subtle undercurrent of him assuming my philosophical incompetence.
Yeah, I would agree with that there. Yeah, assume this is thinking that you're missing something kind of basic.
Right, and then he goes on to lecture me about this basic thing. I mean, imagine if I, in the middle of a conversation, if I said, well, that argument's not sound, and they say, well, it's valid, and I go, it's not valid either. And then I started launching into a lecture about what validity is.
Right.
Right? That would imply the person's so dumb they don't know what validity is. And then I'm assuming that they're just conflating soundness with validity, and so now they need a lecture on validity. That's kind of what he's doing here.
Yeah, I think he's missing the mark here.
And I believe Q, but I'm not very good at putting them together. You may point out to me that I'm committed to P and Q. I don't have any kind of first-person authority over what follows.
Yeah, see, he is clearly thinking that you're saying, I can tell what I believe. I know I don't believe that, but it follows from your beliefs, and you don't have any choice about what follows. That's just a matter of logic. So he I think, is just misunderstanding what you're saying.
And I agree with him about all this.
Of course.
I'm not saying I'm an authority on what my commitments are. That would be bizarre.
If someone were confused about this, although I don't think there's any need to go full lecture mode unless they're being asked to you about it. If someone did think this, they would be in need of some pretty basic explainer time.
Yeah, I'll also say, if I did say that in the conversation, it would be a reflexive combativeness and defensiveness that I would recant. Yeah. And so it's possible right after this, I'm going to make a mistake here.
We'll see. But I think it's relatively clear what's going on. I think justified or not, reasonable or not, he's just missing the mark. This is not a thing that you think. You do not detect yourself believing that you're a radical skeptic, and you're unaware of any inference to radical skepticism from things that you do believe. That's all that's happening here. Yeah.
Committed to not in the sense that I explicitly avow it, but in the sense that it follows from things that I explicitly avow. I have just given you a
nothing
proof
that I've just given you an example. Look.
Yeah, he's just getting overconfident here. He's made an error about what you're doing.
A radical skeptic would think that we're not justified in knowledge or in knowledge about anything. There's things I think we are justified in believing. Therefore, I'm not a radical skeptic.
No, that's a clear fallacy. It just shows that you're inconsistent. It doesn't show.
Yeah, and that would be a mistake on that. That's a bit of a mistake for me there, because I'm trying to say that I'm not a radical skeptic because of my beliefs, and he did make clear at this point that it's about commitment.
Right. Yeah. So I mean that will add fuel to the fire. But yeah, we understand what you think, so we'll just keep that in mind.
It doesn't show that you're not committed.
But you haven't shown that I'm.
So to be charitable to him, some amount of his animation or explaining of basic things to you is going to be justified if to whatever degree you've given the impression unwittingly that you.
I did give him that impression, and. Yeah, I gave him that impression, and he's justified at this point in being animated. But I will note that he was animated way before this.
I agree
and
with that
also,
too. Yeah, sure.
Note that I immediately pivot to saying, but you also haven't shown that I'm committed to it.
Yes, right. Yep.
Committed to anything.
Sorry.
Moderator time.
No, you haven't. You have not shown that I've committed to anything.
All right.
I don't agree with what you're attributing.
What I want to do. I love it. Passions. This is good. But Lance, I want to give you a moment to just speak a bit freely, uninterrupted, and just articulate a few responses, and start with that.
Well, I don't really know where to start, because we're supposed to be, having a discussion about whether realism is true or not. We're starting with this claim, something like torturing people for fun would be wrong, and it would be wrong even if everybody thought otherwise. And we're supposed to start with that as some type of data that seems plausible. Well, first, that's a normative claim. It's not a meta-ethical claim. So it's an underdeveloped claim from the perspective of even assigning some sort of truth value to it, I think it's underdetermined what it would even be to be judged as true. And so part of what I think is going on is that realists start with normative claims, at least when they make these sorts of moves. They start with normative claims and they misattribute the attitudes, dispositions, or judgments they have about those to some meta-ethical disposition or some meta-ethical position, when in fact, what's actually happening is what I call normative entanglement. So when anti-realists are presented with stuff like, "Hey, would you agree that it would be wrong?"
Yeah, I think we got past the radical skepticism part. I think that should do it. I will note that the mistake that I made there came at the end of that conversation, and so the mistake that I made wouldn't justify any of the things that he said prior to the mistake. And then the conversation kind of just... So I make a mistake where he talks about commitment, and I once again reiterate that I'm not committed in virtue of my beliefs.
Oh yeah, right. So any animation, any coming at you on some of these points before the mistake seems like an overstep.
Right, and just to be clear on why that's a mistake, because it's definitely a mistake that I made. Even if I believe in a bunch of things that entail the possibility of knowledge, it's also possible that I believe things that entail the impossibility of knowledge. And then I would be stuck with some sort of contradiction and like technically I might be committed to radical skepticism. Really, it might be an inconsistency. And maybe that's what he was getting at later, where I'd be agnostic, where maybe he thinks the full set of beliefs that I have would make it so that I'm not in a position to say whether radical skepticism is true or false. And I can't know or something. I don't know. So I did make a mistake there. And it's pretty clear what the mistake is, which is that I'm giving the impression there that because I believe knowledge is possible, therefore I can't be a radical skeptic. And that's not true. Like I can't be committed to radical skepticism, sorry. It just doesn't follow that because I think knowledge is possible, that therefore I can't be committed to radical skepticism. I could be.
Troy, do you have any closing remarks?
No, not really. I think we've covered a lot of it. Obviously, there was a bit more to the debate that we didn't cover, but including him, sort of mentioned in passing that how he sort of retracts the skeptical charge a little bit, but still, it's still incorrect. Yeah, I think we've covered a lot of the stuff, but the skeptical worry, and then the just a lot of the framing and like what the content of the data was supposed to be, and like the general methodology. I think we discussed that a lot. It seems a bit murky at best. Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
What would be your?
Sorry, go. No, you go for it.
Yeah, I just want to know what your overall assessment of how I did here, because clearly I made one little flub there, and that's not good. But what's your overall assessment of this discussion?
No, I think you did well. Would I have done things a little bit differently? Maybe a little bit. I would have really wanted to focus on what the data was supposed to be, because I don't know. Listening to it, it's still not so clear to me. And given how central that was to his argument, I would have wanted to really focus in on that. But all things considered, I think you did well.
Yeah, and I would give a very similar take. I think that on each individual point, you fight back well. You kind of basically the main thing happening is just you are forcing this kind of symmetry, and you're doing that effectively. But yeah, the difference in what I would do is I would just want, like Troy was just saying, I would want to get very clear about exactly what it is that we're trying to explain, because it just seems to me, I've made this point before, but it's all going to come down to that kind of context. Like, what is the datum? What goes into there? And then what theory does the best explaining of it? If we're restricting it to just what David, not Mike, wants to explain, then yeah, I mean that I maybe I can win with my hand tied behind my back, but I don't really get why we would do that. If on the other hand we're both allowed to put whatever datums we want on the table, then it's just really not going to be clear to me how realism does better. So I want to understand fundamentally what he's doing. Is he saying that you don't get to put your datum on the table? Or is he saying, yes, it goes on the table, but I can still offer a better theory given that that's on there. So yeah, I guess I'd opt for being like hyperlinear. What exactly is the datum, and then getting into which theory does the best explaining. But yeah, overall, I think that you do a good job of just making everything symmetrical. I'm colorblind. You're hallucinating. I'm in a pit. Well, I forget what you said, but you effectively pointed out like you could be in a pit just as well. Your starting point is privileged. Why? I'm not sure that should be the case. So the overall picture I get here is just one of every time he tries to set it up so it favors him, you just cut that down. So that's my general take, and the only change I would make is more linearity, more focus on what the datum is at the outset.
Yeah, and not screw up on the commitment thing.
Yeah, but that I mean, it's hard to have everything right, but I don't think that's the biggest deal. But sure, yeah, I agree.
Oh no, it bugs me when I clearly made like an objective error in a discussion, and I see it in retrospect. It's fortunate it doesn't seem to be operative here at this point in the discussion, but it's still frustrating to see that. But yeah, I do think a bit more linearity would have helped with just saying, hold on, just what is the data that we're talking about here? I don't think it would have been too difficult for me to push for that. And so doing something closer to your approach, I think would have been better than what I did do. I do sometimes worry that it's kind of hard to do that with certain people that are not in online philosophy debate spaces, because I worry they don't have the patience for it.
Yeah, well, you might just have to accept being seen as a debate rapist. This is just part of reality now. But yeah, I mean, it makes it so hard to proceed. Like just think of how much of this conversation turned into us trying to understand what exactly the datum was, and feeling like it seemed different at different points in time, and trying to understand, is empirical stuff supposed to bear on it or not, and just all of that seems to me like a symptom of a lack of clarity about what we're trying to account for in the first place. So I just want to figure out what we're trying to account for, and everything else is going to be kind of like a function of that. If we're just trying to account for the one datum, which is that it is the case that so-and-so, whatever he has an intuition about, maybe we still win that fight with our hand tied behind our back. I don't see why that fight would be particularly interesting to have. I think people would get confused and forget that you're granting something for the sake of argument. And if you were to come out worse, they would just think you lost. So there's a bunch of reasons to not do that. Yeah, I mean, overall, my point is just you need to converge on what it is you're trying to explain. You have to force clarity on that, or else there's this vagary that makes its way in and just makes things hard to make progress on.
Yeah, another thing I want to say something a bit meta too. Well, a couple things. One is I didn't think that we would focus so much on the clarity issue. Maybe I should have realized that with the two of you rather than the radical skepticism thing, that would be the more operative thing. And it actually is the more important thing. The radical skepticism thing was an unfortunate misunderstanding that's actually not very important to the debate, whereas clarity about what the datum is, I think, is really the more central thing. What was the other thing? Yeah, I also want to apologize. I think I'm a little frustrated with him, maybe more than a little frustrated after having that discussion. And I worry that I was uncharitable in this review.
I don't think you were uncharitable. And I think any time that you said something that leaned a bit towards not even uncharity, but just whenever I would give the hyper charitable point of view, you always kind of like happily acknowledged it, or like put a kind of probability on it or something like that. I don't think you're being unfair.
But also note you had to bring them up, and I tended to lean towards the less charitable interpretations.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, I mean, I don't think that bears so much on, well, I'm sure you don't think this either. I don't think that really bears on how well your view does. But yeah, I mean, maybe it would be better to have more kind of tolerance for some of the stuff he's doing. But I don't think that it's throwing you off in a way that is interfering with your reasoning about what's true here. At best, it's just maybe going to be a bit socially suboptimal, and you might get on bad terms.
That is a worry of mine. I don't want to discourage realists from wanting to talk to me because they realize I'm going to do a critical review where I'm going to tell them that they're condescending when they're like, I wasn't condescending.
Yeah,
Why
well,
is
I
he
mean,
accusing me of
let's
that?
be fair. Where you tell them you're condescending and then hedge that you might be totally wrong, and then later in the review say that you're worried you over. Like, I mean, I think you were pretty fair overall, and I think any realist who would be like that is just too much for me. I mean, they're just that's a crazy level of being a princess. I mean, that's ridiculous. Nobody should.
Well,
be doing that.
I get pushback from people on like, like my streams do pretty well now. And my community often gives me a hard time for being too unwilling to say I think someone's being disingenuous or I think someone's being overly hostile. I'm often too unwilling to psychologize, and so I'm kind of caught in a rough spot where I don't know when it is a good idea to do it and when it's not a good idea to do it. And I guess I'm making some conscious effort to be less averse to saying what I think, but I also worry that you shouldn't always say what you think. Sometimes if you think someone's being a little condescending or a bit unpleasant or presumptuous in a conversation, you should keep it to yourself.
Okay, wait, I do have something to say about that. So there's two different concerns. There's a concern about if you're annoyed with him and therefore making judgments about him that are actually like wrong. So it's like leading you to some bad conclusions about him. That is something to temper for sure. I agree, though I don't think you're doing that particularly badly. I think you're being pretty fair. There's a separate question about just when it's appropriate to say what you actually think about a person. And I mean, look, if your first thought when you see someone is you're fat as fuck, I don't think that you should say that. But like I said earlier, if it's getting to a point that there's a persistent kind of thought in your head that like this person is just confused, I do think you should say that. I just think that I think there's a really easy way to do it, which is just be honest. If you are actually genuinely honest when you say the thing, and you offer a little pre-statement like, I don't want to be an asshole. That really isn't my intention. I also don't want to not say what I think. So don't take this as a personal jab, but I do suspect that a very likely explanation here is that this person is just confused. I think that is appropriate. So my basic rule is just like, just be honest. And if you honestly express the reason why you're saying it, like I am just frustrated and I think it's likely true. So I want to say it. And I'm not trying to be an ass by saying that. I think the minority of people who will still be upset about that are not worth caring about. And I think their norms are actually bad for discourse.
Well, fair enough. I appreciate you saying that. Because it is like the psychology that I have going into these sorts of discussions is important for me continuing them and being motivated to have them. Like, like David Enoch seems like a perfectly cool person to me. Like, it's the same thing with like Mike Humer and other people I've had discussions with. They seem nice, like off like the live debate. So I have nothing. I haven't had any public debate with anybody where I don't have a personal gripe against the person that I could think of, other than someone where I'm very explicit about it, which is Matthew Adelstein, who I will be honest, I don't like him. I don't think he's good at reasoning. I don't think he's good at philosophy. I don't like him. And some people I don't like. And I like David Enoch. I like one thing I really like is that I don't like when people are like having a debate with you and they're not pushing back. They're not trying to do anything other than be super conciliatory. Yeah. I find that useless. I find it unproductive. And I think I learned quite a bit from this discussion, even though I think he made quite a few mistakes. And I'm sure he disagrees. Good. Like I like a bit of combativeness in philosophy. So when I say stuff like that, it's not necessarily me saying, therefore they're a bad person or therefore they're not somebody worth talking to. I'm just trying to say what I think, and I could be wrong, and I would happily correct the record if he sees this and he corrects me on the matter. Yeah. But yeah, I'd be happy to talk to him again. I really want to talk to other realists, and I also will say generally, part of the reason I might be very sensitive about this stuff is that I've encountered quite a bit of insults, negativity, and nastiness from realists. Some of them are professional, but mostly people in online comments, and so I'm a bit. That affects you when it's all the time, always, that people say quite nasty things about you, even though David Enoch has not done that. Right. And so I come into the discussion with that in mind. It'd be like, if a bunch of members of a sports team are constantly chasing you down the street, screaming at you and attacking you, and occasionally they punch you, and then you run into a person wearing a jersey for that team that's clearly a sports fan of the team, there's a bit of a spillover in that effect, even if that's kind of unfair and unwarranted. And so I think some of that is going on with me as well.
Yeah, I think any fair person will hear the last few minutes of conversation and just be like, okay, yes, humans are sometimes not perfect. Sometimes they get a little frustrated, but overall, Lance is being very fair. And I would be very surprised if David Enoch would hear that and hear, oh, there's a person who thinks I'm confused and got a little frustrated with me, but who ultimately respects me and tries to indicate that they think I'm a good person overall. Fuck them. Like it just seems really implausible. So I think it's good for you to consider it because it shows that you are concerned with other people. But also, I don't think that it's a big deal. I think that you're being just fine.
People can be pretty snappy and at philosophy conferences. It's kind of fun, actually.
Yeah, it's good. And I would like us to have more of an atmosphere like that. I think that it should be competitive. I think that are combative to some extent. I think philosophy classrooms should have more kind of debate and back and forth where you really argue with your peers rather than just lots of like concept memorization. And I think there should be a higher level of tolerance for that kind of stuff and more emphasis on how to properly have those conversations without taking it personally and becoming unwilling to talk, like some of these cowardly losers, like that Nobis guy or some of the others who just avoid you and talk shit. I think
there are people that ignore me, dismiss me, block me, and won't engage with me. But let me ask you this: have you had basically a yelling match with somebody where you're yelling at each other or even calling each other names, and then later on you get along fine?
I do know how normal that is. It's not really that normal for me, but I don't think that's uncommon.
And if that did happen with you and somebody apologized and said they were wrong and acknowledged their mistakes and answered your questions, would you forgive them and move on?
For me, my general rule is I have to, unless it's something utterly egregious, like they did something fucking horrible. It's got to be a pattern. Like if they seem like they just can't control themselves and they inevitably keep doing it, it's like, okay, well, you're just kind of abusive and sure you feel bad about it, but
sure.
I just don't really want to deal with that. But if they just fuck up once and they say sorry and it's clear that they're being attentive to it and succeeding at not doing it again, then yeah, that's fine. Huh?
Yeah, Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, whatever.
I guess what I'm alluding to is I like a bit of combativeness and argumentativeness, even when sometimes it can get. I don't think this conversation was heated, but even when it does get heated, and even when people get a little frustrated, I'm okay with that. Like I'm totally fine just hanging out after that and seeing it a bit like being in the boxing ring. You shouldn't pull your punches.
Totally.
But I do worry that conversational norms in philosophy might on the one hand, you have the online debate space where there's an enormous amount of toxicity and people being absolutely vicious assholes and pieces of shit. But then, in certain contexts, people want to they overcorrect in the opposite direction. And I think I ended up doing that of being, walking around with kids' gloves on in the way that I talk to people. And on the one hand, that could be nice for being inoffensive and getting people to agree to talk to you. On the other, I don't always think that that's good for actually making progress.
No, it's an Aristotelian mean thing where too much in the one direction is too friendly is like not productive and we're all just walking on eggshells and it's also kind of not genuine. I'd rather have genuine interactions. Too aggro is also not productive and just feels shitty and horrible and makes people scared to engage. And the mean is there's a middle somewhere in there, and you can't just like know it and inhabit it perfectly. You just have to kind of continue engaging and learn what feels like too much and learn what feels like not enough, and also understand that there's variance conversation to conversation, and someone might just throw you off sometimes, but you just kind of oscillate around the right point and gradually get better at generally landing on it.
Also, I feel like Troy just dropped out of this conversation at this point, so I don't know if you have anything to add.
He might be less interested in the norms and psychology and shit. Maybe he just wants to talk about the robotic, boring philosophy logic things or something. I don't know.
Fair enough. You might be muted.
I don't know. Okay.
Sorry. No. I was going to say, to be honest, I'm actually just quite hungry and I haven't eaten in quite a while. So.
Right. I mean, it's been many hours, so we should probably all go.
We both wrongly understood his mental state and made an assumption about him, and we should apologize and move on. Okay. But very good conversation overall, and I think you should just keep doing these, Lance. I think it was good to watch.
I failed in my vow to not speak that much. So whatever.
Yeah, well, good try. Okay, all right. Have a good one, guys.
I could have predicted that. I could have predicted that.
Yeah, same here. Very, very easy to predict. Okay, bye-bye.
All right, see y'all.